Honestly, I love Yu-Gi-Oh too, but to that zombie deck of yours,
Hmm.
hiss, hiss,
For us,
boo, boo. I got a shooting
so
store ready for you, boo. I'm sorry, but I have a huge hate for zombies.
is it because of Elwich?
It was before Eldritch, before
I
Eldritch
see.
came in.
I see. I see. So I mean, they came out with new zombie support too. We got Red Eye Zombie, Dragon Lord. We got Skeletal Dragon, Felgrand. Like, bro, when I say they bring back everything in its own new light, it's not even funny. They
Wow.
gave us a card called Dark Honest.
Oh, I use Dark Honest.
Hmm.
It's a
But
very
we
fun
didn't
deck.
get the
Or not deck,
yeah,
fun
we
card
didn't
to use.
we didn't get the printing until this last year, and I'm like, bro. Everyone's like, when are we gonna get Dark Honest? I'm like, bro, this card is not needed.
Wait, wait, wait.
But
Dark Honest wasn't officially printed?
mm-mm, nope, it got
Dang.
printed this year because Um, because you have to remember a lot of the deck types that we have are light and dark.
Mm-hmm.
Light coming second to dark. Every other attribute has not been really expanded on, which is crazy because you would think they would have already done it. Like you think of Marincess, that's the only water deck outside of toads and frogs that we have. And what's the other one? The slept on one, mermaids and
Yeah.
Gishkis, and like Necros. Those are the only like you can only like you see what I'm saying. And snap my finger. That
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't be a problem with attribute like types. You know what I mean? You
Ice
think of
barriers.
the fire, yeah, ice barriers. You get to the fire ones, and you're like,
We got
um,
Hazy
uh,
Flames. We got
you got
Nefestes.
rocket. Well, I'm saying like off the top of your head,
Red Eyes.
competitive
Wait.
wise, rocket.
No,
Nope, not red eyes.
not Red Eyes.
Rocket.
Not Red Eyes.
Uh, rockets. You know what I mean? Volcanic rockets, the ones that scatter shot and burn people to death. That
Mm-hmm.
one and Salamangreats are the first two that come to mind. And and Laval will spend nobody plays them because they're not good. You see what I'm saying?
You know,
The
I feel
thing is,
bad that you just said that because I use Salamangrates, and I completely
mhm.
forgot that I could have named that as one of the fire decks in the list.
You see what I'm saying? And that's why I'm saying Yu-Gi-Oh has a attribute problem. If you guys want to just do lights and darks, then cool. But you've overshadowed. We just got wing support. We just got wind support, but it's not
Mm.
enough. You see what I'm saying? Just because you give us a bear in the floor and crystal wing stuff does not mean, and speedroid stuff and windwitch stuff, that does not mean it. I should be able to count more than 10. If I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh since 2016 competitively, I need to be able to count at least 10 archetypes that are in that attribute. If I can't, not, like you think of Dark Orcus, Sky Striker, and mind you, Sky Striker has a bunch of attributes that you think you like. Ray is a dark. If I can name every dark deck dark heroes, like I can name at least 10 right now. You know what I'm saying? Without trying zombies,
Mm-hmm.
and that's a whole different. That's not even an attribute. That's just the whole archetype. Orcus, whole archetype. What else dark we got?
Dark Magicians.
Dark magicians. Blue eyes don't even count as light for real because they got light and dark now.
Photons.
Um,
Photons for light.
Photons is light. Cyber Dragon is light. Then nobody really cares. You know what I mean? Because that should be. You see what I'm saying? That should already be a thing. We keep going. Pendulum magicians are all dark. Damn near. Odd eyes are all dark. Like, and this is taking ones from the anime. Black wings are all dark. Black wings are all dark. Whatever it's called. You know what I mean? Not black.
Luna
Black wings.
Lights. They're Luna Lights. And yeah, I know
Lunar
about
lights are
Black.
dark. Yep, black wings are dark. Lunar lights are dark.
Wait, no,
Primarily dark,
no. Luna Lights have two light attribute monsters in them.
but primarily dark is what I'm getting at.
Yep.
The best ones are dark. That's why I'm like, bro, we it's a lack. We did not need Dark Honest. Dark Honest can't even be searched for real because most times you're looking for a fairy monster, you looking for a light fairy, not a dark fairy. So it's
Yeah.
really not gonna do much.
We
That's
ain't
why I
trying
keep
to
trying to
go
tell
back to
people.
Dark Worlds now.
For Earth decks, we got like, bro, this is the other thing. So if I say virtual world, you think psychic before you think wind and earth, but really they are wind and earth monsters in their archetype, but they use every other card to make them. So it's like you can't say this is generically light or dark, believe it or not. And that's why I'm like Yu-Gi-Oh needs to get there. Even Fallen of Albaz, the whole deck and the whole story revolves around dark types basically. Albaz being a dark dragon, Oliver being a dark dragon, his brother. Ecclesia's the only light thing in there, but they just made her a light spellcaster that turned to the dark side. So now she counts as a dark monster. So like, come on now, Yu-Gi-Oh.
Well, it
This
does take
feels
them long enough.
dark. I think, and this is what a lot of people that play other games are saying. If you guys just don't want to make any other attributes, then just stick with light and dark, because clearly that's all people are playing. And no matter how many other attributes you throw in there, is not going to be enough to make up. Like they need to focus on those. Even divine, we don't have enough divine monsters for that to be a attribute, which is crazy. They stopped making divine monsters after GX, which killed me because I'm like, bro, aren't the Earthbound Immortals divine? Nope.
Nope. The sacred beasts aren't considered divine either, actually.
No, they're like their archetype revolves around like many different aspects, believe it or not. So when people bring that up to me like, oh well, Crystal Beast should be divine or they should be rock types, they no. They have every different name categorized under them. And it's like, bro, the only thing like okay, I'm gonna explain it to you. Even with their dark variants, wind, wind, rainbow dragon is light, the other one is the dark. The tigers and earth, the carbuncles are lights, the eagle's a wind, another earth. Like, and those are for the good ones. Another eagle is wind. Oh, the crystal beast rainbow dragon that just came out is a light. They don't really have that much darkness to them. That's why I was trying to let people know. Like everybody be like, oh, well, such and such. Crystal beasts have every attribute and every type. Yeah, but at what cost though? Like, and then the funny thing is, the way I play mine is a turbo crystal beast variant. You know what I mean? So I don't need every crystal beast, but the ones that I do play, mostly winds and earths,
That is
that can
true.
literally do too much on their own. Like, I'm just gonna draw a quick hand real quick. Cool. I open with pretty good here. I actually open really good here. So then I'm not. I'm gonna just use the first one hand. We'll look at my next card, which would have been a light. So you'd be like, oh, Mike, you didn't open any monsters. I don't have to open with monsters in the deck. I mill them through the deck. So let's say I go, I don't want to play this. I go, and it's gonna be the easiest way I can play. It's Crystal Bond. Crystal Bond basically adds one and sets a Crystal Beast. So I'm gonna go ahead and add me a Sapphire Pegasus, basically, right? Because it's the only card you really need to kind of go off with. You get Sapphire Pegasus, and you set any other Crystal Beast, you kind of got it. So we go Sapphire Pegasus, set off the. I'm trying to see the ones that I don't really care about for you. So I'm gonna put the three down here. I'm gonna put Ruby Carbuncle down, just because I want to get them out the way. One effective Pegasus, set one. That's your Rainbow Dragon, basically. Rainbow Dragon effect. Banish itself from the field. In effect, to add a Rainbow Dragon in special level 4 with its effects negated. That's how fast it is, bro. And my friend was like, "Oh, I could beat you." I'm like, "Yeah, you could try. My deck is turbo, bro. Like, I know you want to beat me. It's okay. Everybody wants to beat me. But when I say I turboed this, my build is different from every competitive build you will find because I have my own spice to it. You know what I mean? So that's how cool it is. We're gonna put the that over there. So we pretty much got a plus. We basically still have 5 cards in hand, and we just plus. Is what I'm trying to say. So now
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. So we have that. Cool. Even if I didn't manage to summon the 4, I have an instant fusion that summons a 4 basically, which basically goes into my Digisaiyan Timeless combo, which basically lets me draw 2 and discard 1, which would be another Crystal Beast, of course, that I don't need in hand. So we go overlay, because basically I spam it, because once you lock yourself into the Digestal Emerald, you cannot draw if you use effect, but you can use another Digestal Emerald detached 2, so that's 2 free Crystal Beasts engraved to draw 2, discard 1. Okay, discarding Crystal Beast.
Hmm. I actually don't use crystal beasts like that, so I would have never known that kind
Well,
of thing.
Well, the reason why is because like I kind of wanted this to be my own version of my own competitive style. Um, again, it kind of comes from a place of me wanting to like because I run Rainbow Neo, so there's a lot of stuff I run in here, but there should never be a dead card in my deck when I'm playing my Crystal Beast. I play it a very specific way, and that's because I tested with this deck. When it first came out, I was testing super extraneous with this deck. Even when they did get the new support, activate Rainbow Bridge of the Heart, which lets me get an additional normal summon basically, which is fine by me because what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go activate Advanced Dart, summon Pegasus, the Advanced Crystal Beast Sapphire Pegasus effect because they add once per turn. For each of them, you basically set off another Crystal Beast, which means we have 5 Crystal Beasts on field and engraved now. We're still not finished. Because one was set, Rainbow Bridge of the Heart activates, it allows me to get the Awakening Crystal Ultimates, which is a quick play, which is a special summon. Crystal Beast from the deck, which will let me special summon my 4 and my 3. But yeah, that's what I say. Like, I play this game too extensively. We can now crack the Instant Fusion because we know that we don't care anymore. Instant Fusion summon off other entity Matisse for the sole reason that we do want that 4 to be on field, even though we don't get her. We can get her effect. What do we do? Sandbook card control. You can special summon one level 4 monster from your hand. I forgot how broke this was since fusion does not negate effect. So you go effect special summon a level 4 Cobalt Eagle. Jesus. I forgot how broke it was without me even trying.
Really made sure to
That
put a
was
lot of thought into this one.
I literally, bro, when I say I literally make combos out of nowhere, I didn't even think about the ultimate entity Natiz being that, bro. Natiz will basically summon a 4 from hand, which means now I got 2 more 4s, which means I can basically do another search through Digustal Emerald. I mean, not Digustal Emerald, but the guess Time Lord, so that's 2 now. Because
Mm-hmm.
I can't do the S's once per turn, but I'll do it for the next turn. But now that I have 2 4s on field, I could Digustal Emerald. Or I could do a link play, then Digustal Emerald. So how do I want to do this? So we still aren't finished, believe it or not. We can go, because that was set, Bridge of the Heart activate. I did set one as a Rainbow Spell Trap. We'll add, I don't want to add the other one. We'll start the deck thing. We can't because it is Crystal specifically. Add Miracle, which is Counter Trap. Basically, and activate Cobalt Eagle effect. Every one Crystal card you control, place that on top of the deck. I don't really need that right now. Not gonna lie to you. I don't need that. Because it's kind of trash right now. But
I'm
what
gonna
I
be
will
honest.
do.
When it comes to me and Yu-Gi-Oh,
Oh,
I've got a couple main decks that I play.
okay. Go ahead. Let me know.
All
I'm
right,
sorry, I forgot to
so
press A. I just saw you join in. I'm sorry about that. I was out here actually testing.
yeah, you're all good. You're all good. But now that we're also doing this, hello, all you lovely nerds and nerdettes. Sorry I didn't, say anything sooner. I'm Zexal Digisaiyan Ash, back again with another stream for all your viewing pleasure here on the Digisaiyan Network. And over here, from my co-host today, I have a special guest. Tell me, who
Hello.
who are you, sir?
Hello, my name is Sergio. I am Sergio. You can basically follow me on YouTube or on Twitch, and I'm a nerd myself, so I play Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh competitively. Would love to see you guys, hop over on there. I'm also a small rapper. I'm trying to get a little show food. But yeah, thanks for having me, Digisaiyan.
Oh, I'm glad to have you here, Sergio. And let me just say this, buddy. I had already had this. You already know this. I already had the stream going while you were talking.
So I guess what was the plan for today? We were just doing what were we doing? Oh yeah, I was about to try and do some EV grinding. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I
And
think
my
I was
plan
gonna
for
do.
today is try to see if I can get through some more of this game because Jesus Christ, I am behind.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Well,
because before I had planned this with a couple of friends. One of them got Violet, another one got Scarlet, and we all picked one of each of the starters. Oh, please tell me I didn't just cut out there. Hello?
You are phasing a little bit. Yeah, I still hear you, but you are phasing a bit. But you're good.
Okay.
Violet Gang, Violet Gang.
At least you're one of the Violet players that didn't decide to, hop off the ship and try to come over to Scarlet at the very last minute.
Believe it or not, I was a Scarlet. I wanted Scarlet, but my friend had Violet, so I had no choice but to play Violet. I was forced against my will.
Hmm.
I was gonna be a Scarlet player too. Something about Professor Sada.
Professor Mommy?
Something about her. I wouldn't say she's mom, man. She's definitely a good aunt for sure.
She definitely
Now,
got some good
now
looks,
that
that's sure.
oh yeah, most definitely,
Oh
most
god, which center
definitely.
did spawn us? Where Mesa goes?
Yep. I'm
I
about
hate
to.
that
You
distance.
said you have to do some grinding, right? So where are we going? I'm gonna go back to Pokemon Center. So
Okay, so let's see. I marked down a place on the map before. Let's see. Where is it?
let's see. When you go there, think I should be able to see your face over there. Yeah. So just let me know when you head that way.
Oh, I don't remember where I was going to be heading to. Wait, it's poison. What's the one that I marked?
Hmm.
I am sorry. I had this thing marked out and everything, but now it seems I lost my marker.
Oh no. Oh no.
Now, well,
I forgot. I think I'm gonna add. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and throw my level 80 on her just because I don't want to have just a Ditto fighting half the battles while I'm breeding. In case somebody randomly wants to challenge thou.
I think I know where I'm going to be heading to. Zapapico.
Okay. Zapapico. Alright,
Yep.
I will see you over there. Oh, that's
I'll see.
Alcanada. I gotta go to the other one. That's
Yep.
east side.
Yep. Because I got a base to go raid and a Titan to kill. And of course,
Alright.
hopefully I can have this stream going. Well, obviously, I guess I can keep it going for another hour.
Almost there. We gonna have some pretty decent company fly through here, you already know. Question of the day, and this is a big one. If they didn't replace Ash, if they did decide to replace Ash, who would you want to replace Ash with? If
That's a
they,
good
because they
question.
already, because I'm a bit personal about it. I don't think Red deserves it because he's kind of like not really canonical to the timeline. I know a lot of people are gonna hate me
Not to
for
this
that, but
Pokemon timeline. Like, honestly,
not to
Red
the end. Yeah,
is canonical
oh,
to the
go
video
ahead.
game timeline, at least.
Yeah, but not to the anime timeline. I kind of was hoping that they would expand upon Gary and his adventures.
Or,
Just not even for like
Go.
not for like even a full thing, huh?
Or, Go's
Go
adventures.
Go's adventures. Well, the thing is, we already know where Go is headed because he's pretty much, you know, what I mean, set and squared away. I was hoping they would do like maybe like a good what 12 to 24 episodes on each like supporting cast character. Like one of the biggest things I always want to see, and don't judge me, I've always wanted to see Dawn, the Chloe, and all like the female characters do an actual like Pokemon contest. We had something similar to it, but I just want them to all kind of like be cool and chilling out in their own like little vibe. You know what I mean? Helping each other get up there from a female cast. For
Would be
the
pretty
guys,
nice.
I kind of want to see like they kind of showed off that Brock is already a Pokemon breeder and caretaker. I always want to see Brock kind of go in the direction of okay, this is the schooling you have to do. Kind of like I don't know, it's like something about like getting the in-depth details on because we know that they're like gym leaders and side characters, but just
Mm-hmm.
seeing the inside of their lives makes it like really good. And you don't have to do like a whole like season, like whole 100 episodes. Just like touch upon them. Like Gary himself got humbled by Ash. You know what I mean? But they always humble each other, and I kind of want to see like what's the everyday thinking pattern of Gary outside of my name is Gary Oak, and I get girls, and I'm the hottest thing to hit the planet since sliced bread. You know, so but that's just me.
I just really hate how Gary still has his, his usual blue personality.
Hmm.
Like, sure, that's a steeple part of him, and we ain't ever going to change that.
Yeah,
I
I
think it was
think
annoying to
I
see
think
how he was being towards Gale sometimes. Even though I know that was
yeah. I
him
mean,
actually, wait, what was that? Shiny?
shiny.
Uh, nope, just a regular young goose.
Ah, I've seen so many of those. I still don't have the shiny charm yet. I might work on Pokédex completion pretty soon. Well, I mean, let me see. I'm I'm in here, but not in here. You know what I mean? Like, so
Mm-hmm.
how many? So I have seen. I've battled 348 Pokemon, but I've only caught 239,
It
and
is.
that is me lacking because I'm gonna be real. I got lazy, and all I want to do is just throw Ultra Balls at everything I see. So,
Hey, that's fine, man.
but
I just found the fourth black snake I was looking for.
the fourth what?
The purple stake, or for one,
Ooh,
the seals.
oh nice. I'm gonna be real. Most of these mons aren't gonna be hard to find. I'm just choosing not to catch. Didn't I catch a belly bolt? I
I've
thought I
been
caught you
searching for where
already.
that last one could have been. Now I gotta go over to the seal and see if it actually removed all the stakes now.
Either I didn't save, or I saved and I forgot that, or either I was just like slaughtering all these mons because I know personally I have caught some of these. Everything except Quasar I know I didn't catch yet, even though he's best thick boy right there. I know I didn't catch the Corviknights because I have a Think of Tough, and I felt like that would be disrespectful.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. But I also want to catch me a Corviknight too because it really helped me out whenever I did a competitive battle before.
You will be able to catch it close to the end of the game. So don't give up hope yet. You'll be able to catch it like at level 60ish, 50ish at the end of the game.
And I'm probably better off
One of
trying to
these I'm
catch a
just
Rookity and train it up then.
true. Or let's see, how many badges do you have so far? You should be able to see his evolution somewhere.
Uh, I've got four of them if I'm right.
Okay, yeah, you should be popping up on Corvus Square. I still have to catch an Electros. I'm not gonna lie, but I could just evolve the Tynamo if I wasn't lazy enough. I have to get Flapple, Electro, Voltor. There's a lot of mobs I just am lazy and don't feel like catching. Floet, Florges. Like these are mobs, Formantis. You see these mobs all the time. I'm just lazy. Frostmoth, Girafarig. I caught this evolution before I caught the Girafarig. I'm horrible. Laylee.
Actually
Things you
came
see
across
every
its
day. Gold
evolution
Mist.
before I caught Giraffe Rig too.
Uh,
Except
Goomy,
oh, Gumi?
Gothorita. Bro,
Ooh.
like I do not. I know everybody's gonna hate me in the comments. Like these are easy mons to catch. Quit being lazy, but like, bro, Grimer, Grumpig. These are all like my first route mons. Hariyama, Hatteran, Hatchram, Lucha, Haxorus. These are all mons you can pretty much find. Houndoom, Houndour, Houndstone. I'm just lazy. Hypno. I refuse to catch that mon for my own reasons. I will not catch that mon.
You mean
If
the
I catch it,
pedophile
I'm instantly
Pokemon?
releasing it. Yeah, if I catch it, I'm releasing it. Like I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna make sure I put in the worst Pokeball and release it at the same time. After I get this
I
battle,
do
I
not
just
blame you. I do not
Jumpluff,
blame you.
Jolteon, Jigglypuff. But like, bro, that's there's mobs I just don't put in here. Leafeon, Lilligant. Oh, oh, that. Wait, is that just for that? Hold on, I'm gonna see something real quick.
Action.
Hold on. No, I just saw something wild. If that is what I think it is, that's kind of crazy that they did that.
What'd you see?
I have to confirm and make sure. Okay, yeah, yeah. Let me see. I have to confirm and make sure first. Okay, no. So, all right. So I see what it is. So in the Pokédex, it's crazy. I just came up because I have I spot traded with somebody for their legendary, my legendary, but
Mm-hmm.
on it Koraidon, right? On Koraidon, it's kind of crazy. I gotta check the other one. I am H. I'm using alphabetical order, by the way. On the Koraidon, right? It has
Right.
a brown little tab on it. It has like a little brown tab on its Pokédex book,
Brown
and
tab.
yeah. So like on the Pokemon, they'll have like green little tabs. Like they'll have green they'll have like a green stripe on the top and bottom of the book. But Koraidon has a brown one, which now made me interested because now I'm interested to see what Miraidon looks like because I never noticed it until now. That'd be a really nice attention to detail if they did that. And Miraidon is also that gold little tab, which means that I guess that is exclusive to one game that you cannot get another. I just found it kind of crazy that has a brown tab over the Pokédex. It's kind of crazy.
I would have thought that was
Yeah,
probably because
I,
it's a legendary and all. Also, ooh,
yeah.
snow. And I
I
just
love
realized I
the
went
same.
past my destination again.
I love the same thing actually. I'm gonna go to numerical order because if that's the case, then you would think that okay, I don't want to spoil it, but the legendaries at the end, the like little quartet or whatever, they're green. It's just specifically those two that are brown. I still gotta give me that. I know it's called Golden Gold. I'm calling it give me that because I might actually name that thing Chris Brown because again, give me Golden Gold. Give me that. Do you like what I got? What I got? Give me that. Yeah, so I will. I'm gonna finish out this game of Yu-Gi-Oh that I started too while I'm thinking about it. So, but I'm just here for now. Let's see if I can
Gimme Ghoul thing. This will be the first Pokedex I aim
that's
to
gonna be
complete.
the. Ooh, nice. I'm gonna be honest. The Legend Arceus Pokédex was one of the worst but fun ones to complete, and I'll explain why. If you
Hmm.
move Pokemon from Pokemon Home into Arceus, it does not count them as Mons you catch in that game.
That makes sense.
And it does not count for you seeing Arceus at the end of the game. So I was a little bit upset about that. My own personal heart. I I thought that we were better than this. It was a good game. We all tried our hardest. You know, I think that was a flaw that was overlooked in the coaching standards. I don't blame the game. I hate the sport, not the game. You know what I mean? It was a really good adaptation of what we could have did better on. And if we go back to the drawing board, I'm pretty sure we can execute this a little bit more better. For the next game.
I honestly love Legends Arceus. And you're
I
probably going to
like
hate
it
me for
too.
this, but I have yet to finish up the special part of the post game and all that crap.
I'm gonna be honest, it's worth the wait, bro. It is worth the wait.
I definitely say so.
And what's crazy? I just thought about a really crazy thing I could do. Because what do I have to do for this? It says one synchro, one XZ. To summon it, that is kind of wild. But how do I
Mm.
send it? I have to send them. That's kind of wild. I don't want to. If I run synchros in here, what can I run as a synchro?
Ooh, a synchro monster.
Mm-hmm. And Crystal Beast. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because I need it to be like a. So you know how we have instant fusion and ready fusion? There are synchro monsters, and this is the wild thing about Yu-Gi-Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh has it where some monsters are defined by what they have in their card text. So, for example, in Pin Magicians, even though you're not playing the exact dragons, they're always treated as that card. Now, I was thinking of a crazy little combo because I'm like, what if and it's just a combo. I'm thinking about maybe running a small pendulum pack. It's not going to be good, of course, but until I figure it out. But the reason why I kind of want to run Zaki Magician in here, so when I make my XZ monsters, I could basically turn them into levels and make more XZ monsters. That was the only reason for it. I have no other reason, outside of that. Zaki and Xing Shao Magician. So I was gonna run three pendulum calls just to search those, like, and then basically have the extra magicians in there that would be needed, which would be Wisdom Bond mostly, or either uh, the four heavenly magicians to basically make Zark if I really wanted to. I don't know why, but if it's possible, it would be possible. But that brought up an interesting idea because there is a Zark card that lets you special summon the Supreme King cards from the extra deck. I don't think we have it out yet, but when it does come out, I can basically use that, and then I can basically run a test legally outside of instant fusion, which is kind of crazy.
That definitely sounds deadly.
But I think we have a fusion that I'm not sure is a tuner. I have to look into it. I have to look it up real quick.
Oh, a
I'm pretty
fusion
sure Red.
tuner? Hmm.
Uh-huh.
I
And
think there is.
I think
Also,
it's the same with the Ready Fusion.
hello. I've reached my destination.
Oh, nice. I have to get there if I can give you at least some Scarlet, some Violet spawns. But you, where are you at? Let me see if I can fly to you.
Yeah,
Where
I'm
are
right
you again?
here. I'm right in front of you.
You didn't pop up on the map. I hate you. Okay, so this is where you need to be.
I'm heading all the way over to the Titan. Hopefully. Hang on. Let me first
Alright.
make sure I've even got the right team ready for this thing. It's supposed to be a steel type, so I think a good idea to
What?
lead with is either my favorite Pokemon in all the
It's
anime.
an Orpworm. It's a mini Orpworm over here. You see it? It's an Orpworm.
Yeet.
Oh, so you should be getting Violet encounters as long as I stay in your area. I can spawn Violet encounters to you as long as you're not too far from me, basically. So, um, I don't know how effective that will
What
be
the
towards
heck?
moving forward. Oh no, you don't. Yep, I gotta catch this Voltorb.
No, no,
One
no.
minute,
Did
buddy.
did you see what was on my screen?
I did not, but I do know that this Ditto just changed into a Voltorb, and I just don't need it to die because in the arms of an angel,
I swear
I
to
don't need it
God,
to die.
when I threw my Pokeball at this thing to catch it, there was a tinier one right underneath the or right inside the Pokeball.
Mm.
Ooh, this thing has Smackdown. That will definitely come in handy against some flying types.
I should be checking to make sure it doesn't have self-destruct on here. Last thing I need is for this thing to die. It has self-destruct. Why must you be this way, Voltorb? Why?
Because it was used for the war.
Okay.
As said by Lieutenant
But wait,
Surge.
well, what's crazy? They said Lieutenant Surge wasn't actually a lieutenant.
That's just
Bro,
a
they
fake
said,
title.
bro, when they said that, and they said that Lance wasn't really they said Lance isn't fighting a dragon tamer. He's actually just a flying tamer. Bro,
Mm-hmm.
I was about to be ready to just cuss somebody clean. I was like, so you gave this thing barrier and said dragon types are indestructible. So who I gotta cuss out at the Pokemon Company? You know it's crazy. I don't think. Yeah, I can't do it. It's a way to do it, but I can't do it. There is a tuner. It's a very slept on tuner. Plus, there's a Magic counts as well. But Magic has a fusion tuner as well.
Huh. Well, that's good to know.
It's a bunch of them here, but like they have fusions that are tuners. I do have. The problem is I need a way to quick, basically summon them. And then you have the little peacock thing is a tuner too. The problem is how do I put it? Ready Fusion lets me summon out a level. Okay, so let me Ready Fusion. Pay 1,000 life and switch on level 6 or lower non-effect fusion monster from extra. So I can use Ready Fusion to summon off the peacock, right? Then I have to find a way to sync off the 2 with the 4. And on top of that, it has to be consistent enough where if I do use that combo, when I do get to instant fusion, I don't have to use instant fusion basically because all it says is one synchro monster and one XZ monster. So the XZ is there. The synchro is all I need. So, but that's really it. The fact that we have fusion tuners, I swear to God, sometimes
Yu-Gi-Oh's gotten crazy, you know?
crazy is an understatement. I'm glad that this Voltorb did not explode. That's the most important thing about it. Him not exploding makes my life a lot more easier. Now I gotta go find a Jolteon somewhere.
Oh, I know where to find Jolteon.
Where?
Yeah. So you know where you
I
find
only
Great
need.
Tusk?
Oh, it's in the desert.
Actually, no. It's up on a mountain beside the desert. Actually, no, 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 no. Bombardier. The Bombardier Titan.
Oh, okay.
There's a little
Yeah.
cliff on the side by a windmill where a level 50
Hmm.
Jolteon spawns.
I'm gonna have to go get that eventually. I will put that in my things to do. Burger.
Hmm.
That was near the lighthouse, wasn't it? The Levencia lighthouse.
I think so. It was the Titan. That's what I'm
Yeah.
talking about.
I said that was my destination. I'll get that done later. But for now, I am gonna get off and start opening up my picnic because it's about time to breathe. To breathe. You can
Mind if I
join me if
join
you
you?
want. Yeah, sure. Knock yourself out. All I'm doing is making a peanut butter and banana sandwich. Uh,
Hold, here's
that's
my
the
favorite Pokemon.
Lucario. My friend had got a shiny of it. I got mad. I said, "How did you find a shiny and didn't complete your Pokédex?" It's like it was just randomly traded to me over the Wonder Trade. I said, "Screw you! I haven't got my shiny yet. My shiny counter yet. Am I a little jealous? Of course I am. Who wouldn't be? Do I want things to get better for myself? No. I want to catch my damn shiny. I haven't get the shiny charm. Everybody got shinies but me. So hopefully I get the shiny. Now, if I get a shiny Eevee, that's cool. But if I also get a shiny Zora or Meowscarada, I'll be even happier. So people forget, beggars cannot be choosers. So I am gonna put the magical star pick in that as well. All we got to do is make a peanut butter and banana sandwich. Okay, and thus this is the hardest part: leveling the banana. One banana, banana. Two banana, two banana. Three banana, three banana, and four the bread, four the bread, and now the pick the pig. Okay, we're done. Like we're done. I'm gonna figure out how to get an egg power. That's really all I've been trying to do. So if everything was done correctly, I should have an egg boost.
I checked the thing. No eggs for me. Oh, so I can only make sandwiches when you make a sandwich as well. Is that correct?
You can. I think. Yeah, I think you can, or you can run creative mode and get your own boost. Oh, wow, so I got egg power level 2. Great. So that's gonna be a huge help here. And also, let me see. I've got the Ditto doing his own thing. The Eevee next to the Ditto. I have a bomb that's literally just like rolling around. Hopefully, I don't get you with an egg. That's gonna be the worst. But let's see. Nothing's in the basket yet, so now we kind of just wait around, wait and see what my boy Dale trying to do. Squishy, what you trying to do? Okay, okay, I see you. Kind of like the vibes here. I see you. And Evie just having the time of his life. Yeah. So
Nice.
when you gonna give me that Sylveon? And look at my you see her in all her bass of glory. The crazy part was I said I was meant to play Violet because I got Scarlet as a female.
Hmm.
Um, and it had the attack boosting physical attack boosting nature, and I was like, yeah, this is about right. And the crazy thing is, you see the little green flower petal that follows her. I didn't even know. I thought it was like a glitch in the game. You see it right here? Like, look at it.
Yeah, the
It's
little
just kind of
flower thing
floating
that
around.
falls behind her.
Bro, I thought that was a glitch in the game. I'm like, what is that? And why is it following her?
Why did they just? Hmm, none in the baskets.
Oh, there's a Pokemon egg inside. Do you want to take it? Yup. There's one egg. Hold on, wait. I got one egg thus far. Now you can exit out, I believe. You can kind of exit out, and once you do, I'm gonna. Because if I take down, like, you can feel free to do what you want to do. Actually, I'm just kind of waiting on the eggs to kind of do their thing. So
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't think I'm supposed to pack up and go yet either. Yeah, I'm getting multiple eggs. Okay, so I think what I can do now, I think I can. Which I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pack up and go.
I'm gonna say
But at
this
the
right
same
now.
time,
Uh, oh, sorry. What were you saying?
oh, do you think? I'm about to just because they're gonna get me eggs regardless. So the only thing I have to do is make sure I have boxes for these eggs because I've been catching things too much. So I'm at seven, 6 and 7 can be egg boxes, honestly. So I put that back, and I only need 3 here. So you can do what you need to do. I'm gonna be in the vicinity, just with the eggs, basically, and having it. Wait, the eggs don't come to my party? The heck? What happened? Do eggs not come to my party? Do I have to look this up? Chat? Picnic? I'm good with the picnic. I'm just gonna stay in the picnic, but you can feel free to do what you need to do and catch what you gotta catch. I'm gonna just be over here with these eggs. So did I not get the eggs?
So I'm going to
They
make my
wrote the
way on
egg.
over to the. Unfortunately, I can't get the egg. It never gave me the thing.
So I think you have to get your own eggs. I'm just trying to figure out what happened to my egg that I supposedly just bred for. Where do my eggs go?
Should be in your
Pokemon.
PC.
Well, the thing was, I was the sixth mine. It says after some time, special Pokemon eggs should appear on the basket. The picnic table press A. Collect eggs release. Oh, they're sent to your Pokemon boxes. That's why. Okay. I was about to get scared. I was
Go
like,
to
what
your
the heck?
PC. Oh, I almost fell off and I slipped off.
So can they? So I'm trying to figure out how the fast way of hatching them is. Um, picnic fish similar to camping. I like camping. Picnic blah blah blah. Say Pokemon eggs can be obtained from picnics. More specifically, they can be found in the basket on the ground next to the table, and like Pokemon nursery for Pokemon. Basically, it holds up to 10 eggs at a time, and players can get 10 eggs just by checking the basket once. However, if a not failed Pokemon are present during the picnic, there won't be any eggs to collect from the basket. Cool. For example, egg roots. Okay, cool. I already got that. I basically have a Ditto, so I should be getting Litten, not Litten, Wee Litten, and EV eggs basically the whole time. Two Pokemon with the
Stone.
same egg root that are cool. That's fine. I have the egg power. Oh, and it says the Pokemon eggs will be sent directly to the PC. The only problem I have with this is okay, so now I have to find something with flame body, basically. Let me see. The only way to hatch eggs is to walk while having them in a party. Each one has an egg cycle. Cool. I was just making sure. For an EV egg takes 8,960 steps to hatch. The best way to hatch eggs is by riding around, riding right on, get the first urban mystical from Armor's Quest, and boost it. Cool. So that's all I need to do. Who has flame body this generation? Yeah, that's a baby mom's cool. Okay. So it's basically the same method. They just kind of made everything locked in. So I have to now probably do what I didn't want to do, which is unfortunately move. I have to delete a bunch of my duplicate mines. Oh, because 10 mines per box. Each box holds 30, meaning that I can hold basically 3 sets of 10. And that's no telling if these are going to be Eevee eggs or the Sprigatito eggs. So what I'll probably do, and I hate to say it, but we might have to put a Wonder Trade stream up together, my boy.
A
And I'm gonna
Wonder
give away
Trade?
all the eggs. A Wonder Trade stream where I'm giving away all the eggs that I do not need.
Oh
So
God.
uh they will be hatched as like what level 1 Sprigatititos and level 1 EVs, but hopefully the rejects find me better home. So we will have to plan that sometime over the Christmas holiday, you know. and one lucky winner. I don't know who's gonna get it. It's gonna be lucky, but I will put a master ball on one of the Sprigatito and one of the EVs because I don't like using the master ball. It's permanent enslavement. So somebody will have a chance to win a master ball or two. So good luck with you guys. I might put that on my own stream actually and have everybody else stream it as well. So we're gonna overlay before I forget. Overlay these two. Then I'm going to make Digestal ammo. Basically. Ammo effect is gonna detach this. I don't want to detach one yet. Do we need to detach? We don't need to detach yet. Because what we're gonna do now is finish off my segment here. So
Just
we're gonna
caught me a
upgrade.
phalanx, and
Oh nice.
hoping when I saw this thing was going to be a steel terra type, I looked
Mm-hmm.
down. Metal claw's not very effective,
No, it's
and
not.
that and it said ore sphere was super effective. There's only one
Huh,
type that would do that.
interesting. You know what's crazy? I was looking up my Crystal Beast deck, like I was telling you about. Like, cards have value still. Yeah. But Neo's Fusion has went up to about. Let me see. I was on eBay. I know it's probably more on TCG Player. Neo's Fusion is going up in price for some reason. And I don't know why. Neo's Fusion. But I was trying to max ready. Like, that's what I thought. So on here, they're like $2 a piece on TCG. I go to eBay, right? I don't know what people are smoking on eBay. I type in Neo's Fusion on eBay. And how much were they going for? They were going for like $5 a copy, bro. But like literally the other day they were like 15 to 20. I'm like, what the heck?
What
So
were
okay,
they
so
at least rare, or like
someone's selling the prismatic secret rares for 15 for three. I'm like, so you're charging me $5 a piece and it's a $3 card. Okay. Then there's the other thing that got me. Rainbow Neos. Let's start there for all my Elemental Hero fans. Bruh, the fact that I can only get the rare version for 245. The Ghost Rider I understand being $145. The secret
100?
rare is 60. Come on, fam.
Whoa,
So yeah, even if I got a played version of the Ghost Rare with a crease in it, it's still $65.
man, that's
So
messed
someone make
up.
that make sense to me. It's the hero player market, my boy. For one that hasn't been touched, that is PSA graded 150. Or not PSA, that's just a regular Beckett grading 150. Light plate $90. Ghost Rare,
Oof. And it
and
seems
then
like
they
I
got
just reached my destination.
the one that I said I'm gonna have to get eventually is the misprint of the it's supposed to be Elemental Hero Chaos Neos, but it's Rainbow Dragon on the misprint. Because by technical means I can still run that card as a Rainbow Dragon in the deck.
God.
So I would basically use it because it has the Rainbow Dragon effect, just the like messed up art basically. So what I would do with it, I would just run it as a misprint, and everybody would look and say, "That's not Rainbow Dragon." I'm like, "Yeah, it is. It's just a misprint." But
Well,
unfortunately, that cost me a, a $9,999, and that's from the starting bid.
at least you can use it
So
for
yeah,
proxy, right?
you cannot use proxies, believe it or not, in actual tournaments. They will ban you faster than uh
I mean, like
than they did Tory
just
Lanez
regular
today.
play and just regular play. You can at least use it for proxy then.
So the thing is, um, multiple eggs. So the thing is with proxies with friends is fine as long as even friends have rules like they're like, hey, you can't be using the overpowered broke stuff. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And that's why it kind of is controversial because like some people, if it's like a card that you know isn't gonna be like too broke, then yeah, it's fine. The fact that people like, because I remember I did it when I was like first starting competitive, I would competitively proxy cards until I could buy them, and all my friends were like, yeah, nah. And mind you, it was just so I could learn how to use the cards properly because I didn't want to have to drop $50 to $60 on one card. You know what I mean? And you have to buy three for the deck for. consistency. That means you're dropping $150 for one card for a set of cards, basically.
Yeah, that is
So
true.
they like even in competitive, they frown upon it. So you could be casual, they frown on you. Competitive, they frown on you. But what I was gonna do here, because I actually don't need to make the Digestal Emerald, but I do need to do is keep that there because I can recycle the Neos basically with the Digestal Emerald. What I am gonna do, I'm activate this Awakening of the Crystal Ultimate by revealing a Rainbow Dragon in my hand. I can switch to my crystal beast monster from my hand, deck, or graveyard, which will now complete my crystal beast at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I need one more with a different name basically to kind of secure my dub here, which should be. Unfortunately, I can't. I don't want to use the carbuncle because it's not going to do anything for me right now.
Go
But
for
I
the
need one
turtle.
more name, huh?
The turtle or tortoise, whatever it is.
I don't run that one, but I don't run him. He doesn't do much. I may just summon off the Advanced Crystal Beast Cobalt Eagle because it does then count as a crystal beast.
Hmm.
You know, has advanced in front of it. So that means I have seven now. And then what I
Yep,
would do, um,
I also reached my destination in this game.
nice.
So, Arvin, yo, draw. So somewhere in one of these mines that are around here, we should find the lurking
Mm-hmm.
steel titan. Rumor has it that the thing's staggeringly huge and real long. You'd think a Pokemon like
Mm.
that would be easy to spot. I wonder how it stays hidden. Maybe it's super fast? If that's the case, riding that Pokemon of yours might help you catch up.
I'm trying to figure out how long it is. I could go. I could link three actually. Can I link three? I can link three. That is crazy. And that's how I clear off one, two. Yeah, that's Fiend, that's Fairy, and then send off a random crystal beast, which would be you, be three. Link three, make the big boy. Actually, I don't have to link three. I can link two for the Dark Charmer because I do run Advanced Dark, which means I can leave that there, and I'll have to do it. No, I'll just do it that way. I'm just gonna go with the Soldier of Chaos. 'Cause, yeah, why not? And since Soldier of Chaos is now there,
30 minutes
I
till
don't get.
Christmas bait. Hey, Christmas Day, yeah.
You say 30 minutes for you? It's an hour and 30 for me.
Yeah, one of my buddies actually just came in. Hey, Brad. Welcome to the stream, buddy.
Okay.
I
So
see a
now
giant danger noodle. Oh, hey!
now I will attempt to summon my Rainbow Dragon, but I cannot activate its effects this turn because I have to wait, unfortunately. And now, at the end of all that, I have the perfect board because I'm gonna go Neos Fusion. Neos Fusion is gonna send off the Elemental Hero Neos from my deck to the graveyard. And this is where Digestal Emerald comes in and goes crazy. I'm also going to send the Rainbow Dragon from my deck as well. So now I have all the materials that I need to recycle and make a second Rainbow Neos. Crazy how that works. So now we summon off our Rainbow Neos. And
Let's
then I can
see.
trigger effect to either destroy monsters or destroy spell cards, which helps me either way. However, I'm locked in because I use Neos Fusion now. But no need to fear, I will set two cards. Unfortunately for my opponent, that they're both good cards. And let me see.
Now, I
Yeah, that's
wonder
kind of
how many
busted either
workups I
way.
can get off on this thing. And then one shot it with Lucario.
Hmm. So on their standby, if they don't have anything, I'm gonna main activate Conclave. Once per turn,
Hmm.
replace a Crystal Monster controls trigger about card effects. That's summon a Crystal Monster from your deck, and then you send a special card from the grave. Two Crystal Monster control one card on field return. Cool. So crystal card is activated. Wait on them. They're gonna probably try and build something big and be chain careful because we don't want them to have really too many plays. It's gonna allow me to blow up a crystal beast monster I do currently control. That one will be the Kobo Eagle. Eagle effect will come down to spell and trap zone. Conclave effect will now inevitably special summon a Ruby Carbuncle from the deck, which is a very crazy thing to do, and I can basically summon back any amount of crystal beasts from my field to the grid. Now, you don't want to always do that, but that's just a little quick play strat that I got there. And basically that was summon 1, 2, and 3. They basically tried to blow up my board. Turns out 3 extra monsters in reserve to basically still play my out. Anyway, I'm sorry about that, Ash. I'm sorry about that. I was doing my little Yu-Gi-Oh thing. Waiting on eggs playing Yu-Gi-Oh. That's about all I can do right now. I think I got like 15 eggs thus far though. I just haven't started to hatching them yet, Ash. You hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. uh, These crystal beasts are gonna be so broke when I get the rest of the support that I just ordered. I'm gonna be running the Magician Souls in here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I can't even tell y'all that spice. For those of y'all that might be thinking about playing it, that is that spice that I got right now. But Magician Souls and Crystal Beast, how does that work? Well, because Crystal Beast becomes spawning traps when they hit the when they were to attempt to be destroyed, I can use Magician Souls, summon Magician Souls, and then guess what, everybody? I basically can destroy the Crystal Beast, send them to the grave, and draw 2 free cards regardless. Crazy. The only things that I actually do need to add to this deck are way more expensive, which is Pot of Prosperity. But that's just to replace the Pot of Extravagance, believe it or not, that I run in my deck. And those are like $40 a piece. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not spending $120 on cards like that. I have a budget and I maintain that budget. I am not going over $200 a month with that
200.
with Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
I'm gonna be real. I've never spent money like that on Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Like my original
Well,
deck
that's
idea for one of my for the main deck I love playing. Well,
yeah,
it was originally going to be around like $40 to $50, $50 at max.
not
You know, if I
bad.
because I had already had
I'm
some
ex-
cards at that point, so I wouldn't
yeah.
really have to buy much.
The the problem with Yu-Gi-Oh, I'm gonna explain it. Everybody's gonna hate me for saying it. You can, and I know it's gonna come off sour to a lot of people. With Yu-Gi-Oh, you cannot even when you feel like okay, I want to play this deck for fun, right? Even my Crystal Beast, and I explained this to a lot of people. I said the problem is Yu-Gi-Oh is at a point now where you cannot have just fun because in order to have fun, you have to somewhat win. You see what I'm saying? That is the purpose of fun. You have to enjoy winning as much as you lose.
Very true.
A lot of people, you can't just sit there and be like, oh, okay, well, I'm playing this deck and it's my favorite deck, and then you don't win with it. It's a contradiction. You see what I'm saying? So the fact that Yu-Gi-Oh basically kind of forces even the players that might have nostalgia to put all this broke stuff in that is hella expensive that they barely reprint. Now is a good time to pick up on pretty much any Yu-Gi-Oh product because they're reprinting everything to death. One because the Zukutsu Kakahashi has passed away and they probably don't care anymore about just having all these reprints. You know what I mean? And two, they're trying to make as much money from the game as possible while basically maintaining their fan base. So if you really want to get into Yu-Gi-Oh, I suggest now to about maybe March or April. That is the
Hmm.
time frame you have to pick up every expensive card that you want to set aside for every card that you think is like go to TCG player. Look up the cards first. Most stores use TCG or Trolling Toad. They use Trolling Toad. They're probably a third party store, but most official tournament stores do run through TCG player, which means that you should be able to get the cards you need. And mind you, like I said, it's a rarity thing too with it. I want to max rarity this deck because it's my favorite deck. Some people might be like, I'm good with commons, but I'm telling you, the peer pressure in Yu-Gi-Oh will make you change from commons to a rarity, as we call them, rarity hoes, very quickly. So,
I would say right now,
you
I've
know,
been in the game since I was a kid,
hmm
and nobody's going to get me to change my rarity like that unless I'm using like one special rarity for a specific card of mine. Like if it's my ace card in the deck or whatever, then sure, I'll probably find something that's one of the
that's what
higher
they want you to
shiny
believe.
radius.
That's what
But
they want you to think. I'm telling you, they want you to think that. Then they're gonna say, okay, well then what happens if we take away your ace monster? We give you, let's say for example, uh my favorite card in this deck, right, is Sapphire Pegasus, right? They have an ultimate rare that's $70 a pop, right? They have a secret rare, a couple secret rares, that's like $10 or $11, right? Let's say they go ahead and say, okay, well, what's the next highest rarity we can put on these cards? Pharaoh's rare, right? Well, Crystal Bond, you can already get Crystal Bond for like $1 or two. But the fact that they put the pharaoh's inscription and writing on the crystal bond just made this $2 card go up to $60 per card. And you're like, well, I like this deck, so I want to invest in the deck. And then you get investing in it, and it becomes a hassle. That is why I try to tell players, when you want to play something, don't play meta. Find a deck that you like specifically, especially when you're first coming in, because you will spend a lot more. You will want to spend a lot more money on something you like than something that you won't like. And then if you know that you want to be competitive, you'll know if you have a competitive spirit or not, because you know you hate to lose. If you hate to lose, just jump into competitive. You will save so much money. You don't have to open a bunch of boxes, anything. You save more money going the competitive route than you do, oh, I'm casual and just want to learn the game. Because you'll be using a lot more money to fix a casual deck than you would if you built a competitive deck that already has a price point. But that is just me. That is just how I look at it. Some people feel like, oh, I can open it as many boxes as I want to get what I need. Don't invest in booster packs unless you know it's something in that set that you really, really, really want, or your whole deck is in that booster set, basically. That
Mm-hmm.
that is my biggest advice to new people playing. Also, don't let people try and short you or scam you on cards. That was one of the things I learned, even though I was in college. A lot of people won't tell you that cards have value. So when you get cards, you open them up, whether it's a fresh pack, whether someone gives them to you, always make sure you look up how much that card is. You're not going to get every dollar and cent for it because of how the market is, but try and get to a comfortable amount. Like just because you get a card, like for example, I pulled the 10,000 Dragon, and I have a picture of it. I actually pulled 10,000 Dragon. 10,000 Dragon at first was $1,000 card, right? It went up to 1,500. I think it's maintaining in between that price point. But for me, I didn't care. So I was cool with the store owner. The store owner gave me about $2,000 in store credit that I could basically go crazy with, and then gave me an additional $300 back. I was like, cool. Make sure you guys are always like talking to your store owners or whoever, because they'll make sure you're not getting scammed. They're like judged by character. You know what I mean? The store owner can't fuck you over, because if they do, they lose a lot more. You know what I mean? They want to learn who
Mm-hmm.
your store owner is. Learn who the people that work at the store are. Those will be your best friends. Even when I had people steal stuff from me, like, and I hate when people steal stuff from me, I could easily get it back because I knew the people of the store. Don't always make everybody your friend at the store, but like make sure you know staff at least. You know what I mean? Because staff will be your best friend.
I get you. Thing is, I don't
So,
go to the card shop as much anymore as I used to when I was younger. Like I would go a good
oh,
bit back during high school and all, but ever since COVID started and one of the card games I really enjoyed started to die off some, then
mm,
I wouldn't really go back to that card shop as much. Like I would go there,
it,
but nowhere
makes
near
sense,
as much because the card game I was really into at the time, Card Fight Vanguard, and that was the only
right?
card shop within like an hour of driving that would host a tournament.
Mm, gotcha.
And
I I
since
understand.
that
I
community's
played
died
Vanguard.
down,
I played Vanguard with a friend once before. It was actually kind of crazy. He really
mhm,
loved the game. I couldn't. I personally couldn't get into it. Forgive me.
yeah,
I
it's all
couldn't get
good.
into it. It was. And I'll explain why. I felt that now they don't care, but at the time when I got into it, before Crossdress, it was what was it called?
There was
It
V,
was
there was G.
okay. Long story short, I played the Marakumo deck. That's how I first learned how to play, and I kind of fell in love with the Marakumo deck. I
Hmm.
remember it because someone had the deck and they're about to sell it. You know, I'm done with Vanguard. I was like, wait, let me just get off you, and I'll pay you, a small, basically what they would offer you, a little bit more what they would offer. And he gave it to me. I think at the time it was like what $75, but he had the sleeves and stuff. Like, well, the sleeves are expensive. Like, bro, I'm just gonna give you this 100. Leave me the fuck alone. And he was like, all right. So that's how I got into it originally. And I always try every card game before I say, okay, this is a good game or not, or if I personally, you know, before I
Hmm.
give it any preference, I always test every card game. That way I can't be like, oh, the game is trash before I don't even know what to do with the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
So, and then
So, what was
especially
the deal breaker for Vanguard with you?
the archetype locking. Because when I found the deck I wanted to play, which was the Paladins, I found out very quickly you cannot mix Paladins with any other. paladins basically. I want to use gold paladins, dark paladins, and regular white paladins. You know what I mean? The white paladin.
Gold, Royal, and
Uh,
Shadows.
yes, I want to use all three in the same deck, and you couldn't, and that's what pissed me off. I said, "Dang,
And then
I
comes
really wish I
Overdress,
could."
where now the clans
Now you
just
can,
work in their nations, period. So
and
instead
that is
of,
why I was so upset. If I had waited, I could have had it, but then they reprinted everything, and it's like you can't use the originals no more, and it's like,
believe it or not, now that Overdress is the new standard, you can actually use cards that are like, even though the nations were originally called something else, like for Royal Paladin,
mm-hmm.
their nation was called United Sanctuary, and now in
Mm,
Overdress it's called Cater Sanctuary. You're still allowed to throw cards
okay,
there if you want to use it as a premium deck.
oh, that's
And
crazy.
out of all the out of all the nations whose names have changed, Dragon Empire is the only one whose name never changed. So in the original
Mm,
Vanguard, they had something called the Dragon Empire branch during G, where any people that played Narukami, Kagero, I think Murakumo was kind of in that too, Tachikaze, all those guys would be under the Dragon Empire nation, and
mm,
they'll all work together if you want to. Now, Dragon Empire, all those cards are just under Dragon Empire.
oh, neat.
Thing is, for me, what got me into Vanguard was actually my little brother. So we had Card Tub that
Mm,
was only a few minutes away from our house before it shut down on us, which broke my heart big time.
yeah, I
Saw
understand
that
that feeling.
he saw a cool new card game called Vanguard, and I
Mm,
wasn't really too keen on trying to put money into it since knew nothing about it. That's the first time I even heard of any of
right,
it.
right.
Like I've heard of Bushiroad because we got into buddy fight because at the time it had already showed on Cartoon Network and me and him got interested in it.
Nice. I
And
respect that.
I still regret to this day that I didn't try to get into Vanguard since I already liked one of Bushiroad's card games. But he was
Mm,
into it first. He got a Gear Chronicle deck, and when we actually had spare time to hang out with each other, um, we would split his deck. So at the time,
mm,
the new function or the new gimmick was striding. So you could go
yeah.
by discarding cards whose grade added up to 3. You could pull out one of the generation or the grade 4 cards from your extra deck. And
Mm. Okay.
once I read up the rules and everything, I actually came to enjoy it.
That's typically how that's typically how a lot of things like a lot of people get into the game. They have to like watch the anime or like if there's a visual representation. Now Magic is the only one I think people don't have a visual representation of, but they like the game. And there's nothing about I'm not hating on you guys or anything. But when I found out that a lot of it was basically like they kind of brainwash you into these trading card games, in my opinion, because they make you watch the whole series, then you want to get the stuff. And I
Hmm.
noticed it like it's kind of crazy because when you're a kid, you don't notice it, but as you get older, it's kind of like really brainwashing when you think about it. They did the same thing when Bakugan came out, and the same thing when Beyblades came out, and it's like,
That is true.
bruh, now the this next generation doesn't care too much about toys, like that. They got like Funko Pops or whatever,
Hmm.
but they're still kind of like pushing it through there. Like, what I mean? Like even anime figures, a lot of that stuff only kind of sparked from an older generation. You know what I mean? Like you don't see like a lot of Gen Z kids like saying, "Oh, I got Naruto figures," but they do have like the Naruto headbands. Like they're keeping it more like gray area, but not completely like this is my favorite thing. I'm running down the hall like Naruto. We used to get flamed for stuff like that.
Yeah,
But it's a brainwashing thing, and they kind of stopped after our generation, which is crazy. But
yeah,
now they kind of
that's
have it
true.
where everything is on media, so that's their way of brainwashing. Still, it's like I hope the stream doesn't get like
Like
hurt.
my one of my things I realized was first off with Bakugan, I love the video games more than I like the physical thing. Yeah, sure, it's fun to have
Hmm.
magnet Bakugan with you, roll it out. Probably do it on a magnetic surface so you know that you're going to get that gate card going.
Most
But
definitely.
the video game was way more fun for me. Felt more related to the anime, and I could actually see the effects of my ability cards working right in front of me, and I would at least
Yeah.
have someone to play with.
I
Granted, they were
think
CPUs, but still.
I think the biggest um and everybody's gonna hate me for saying it. I think the biggest upset is that the generation we see now, they kind of got to a point where it's a peaceful um territory. You know what I mean? Like we used to watch Cartoon Network. They don't really watch any of that anymore. Like as much as we plead for the original Teen Titans to come back, it's like
Hmm.
when I look at some of those shows, like back in the day, I'm like, there's a reason that they have to keep like babyfying these shows. I'm not gonna lie. Amazing World of Gumball, like as much as I hate to say it, that was a good show for its time. But now we have all this censorship. Oh, what can we watch? What's appropriate?
Yeah,
Is
that's
no
true.
more. And the other thing is, there's no more social norm because everybody is their own unique being and they're enforcing uniqueness. You know what I mean? So, and another thing is, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to get the string canceled or anything, but everybody is their own person now. So because everybody's their own person, oh, like back when we could like have everybody kind of like one mindset that no longer exists because that one mindset, and I'm not trying to come off stereotypical or anything. That one mindset is why we are here now. Even with like looking at certain communities and stuff, the reason why they're getting shut down is because everybody was used to a certain mindset. And I'm glad that we're expanding and being more inclusive, first and foremost. I'm not trying to say it cannot be, but I'm glad we're being very more inclusive with everyone now. Because one of the things that I even hated as a kid was bandwagon tactics, which would, if you go to school, you'll learn that basis when one person doesn't like something, so they try and get everybody else to say, oh, this is wrong, da da da. But they have no clear reason of why it's wrong. They're just saying it's wrong because they don't like it personally. And it basically stops a lot of people from thinking in the right direction. And that's why my biggest thing is, and I'm not trying to be on any level of religion, but just treat people the way you want to be treated. It helps the world function more. It helps people live longer. It stops a lot of hate. I'm sorry, it's really simple.
It's all
But
good.
that's just my morals. I'm not trying to say anybody has to treat people the way they want to be treated, but it's a good rule of thumb. You know what I mean? And I might be wrong with that, so don't don't quote me.
Hey,
So,
you're fine because I prefer to be treated how I'd want to be treated too, man. I get you.
and the second part to that I want to elaborate on. If you don't know how to treat a person the way they want to be treated, there's a thing called asking. And this is another brainwash thing that I've learned over the years. Always ask. You asking goes a long way before you just shut up or not even acknowledge it. Asking, and some people will take it a certain way, but the thing is, it's a mutual respect when you ask, as long as it's not rude. You know what I mean? So you'd be like, hey, and I had to start, doing it too. I don't just go and say, hey, blah blah blah. And I try to even make sure I'm making sure I'm using the right pronouns. I'll be like, hey, what do you like? What are your pronouns? What's the right way of saying what you, underlie or say what you know what I mean? What are the right pronouns? It's a way to say it when you're not rude. It's also giving the other person a heads up that hey, I am completely blind to the subject or I don't know much about it. I don't want to be rude to you as a person. I respect you as a person. Wherever you want to identify in that realm of person, I want to respect you. Um, and that's me treating you the way I would want to be treated. You know what I mean? Like that goes a long way, and it's hard to do it. You know what I mean? When people have a uniform mind of oh, we don't just ask. Asking will save your life a lot of times. You don't know something, ask. You don't know about laws, ask.
Hmm.
Because a lot of things are being changed because nobody has asked.
Yeah,
Somebody,
and that reminds me about something I saw in one of my teacher's classroom. She had it up as a poster. I was at a Bay Club meeting
Mhm.
one day, and for the first time since I had never been in her classroom before, I look up, I see her poster, and it says, well, basically, ask questions because those who ask questions are only stupid for the moment. Those who do not ask questions are stupid forever.
Yeah, it is a very powerful message of that, and that's why I kind of personally like got it in my head. I was like, okay,
Nothing wrong with
because
asking
everybody
questions,
everybody
you know?
gets mad when, and I'm gonna tell you guys this even if you're in school. asking questions saves your ass because you asking 1,000. Mind you, don't ask like 25,000 questions to the teacher. The teacher gonna know you stalling for time. But I found out, even in my like middle and high school years, that when you ask a lot of questions, you just want to understand, and the teacher will throw you a higher grade 9 times out of 10 because they're not trying to sit there and have you struggle. If you genuinely are like blind to certain things, and trust me, there were subjects I was blind on. We were doing trig back in high school, so
Yeah.
that should show you like how blind I was. And mind you, algebra, geometry, I had trig, different level, calc, different level.
Mhm.
I would be after school, and I would, and I even they wouldn't even want me to stay after school because I was just so like confused. I would personally go to my teacher like, hey, I need to see you after school. I don't understand this. I'm just trying to pass. I'm not trying to lose any points. And they got to the point where they just got tired of me staying at school. They said, we're just gonna give you extra credit at this point. We're just gonna go ahead and pass you through. So,
Damn. It actually
but
got to that
like,
point.
well, it wasn't bad. It wasn't like a bad passing through, but because I showed the effort of doing it, they were like, well, if he doesn't get it, we can't hold him back for wanting to know how to do it properly. And that is the important part about learning. You know what I mean? If you are very interested in learning something, you're going to do everything you can to maintain that. You know what I mean? That quote, I want to get better, I want to do better. And mind you, it's numbers at the end of the day. And you don't use half of the stuff that you learn, up to about maybe what, your eighth grade year of middle school, because everything is a building block. I barely use calc or trig, but I still use algebra in my everyday life. And you're probably like, well, how do you, name a time you do it? Taxes. A lot of people don't understand it. Taxes, if you're buying in bulk, if you're trying to open a store, if you want to buy multiple products, algebra plays a huge part of that, but you still have to know the original arithmetic to get to that point in algebra. I say
Hmm.
anything past really algebra 2 is just giftedness. And that's if you're going into like small business and that becomes quadratic equations on its own. But once you get like to the algebra level, even in community college, that's all you really kind of need to get by, because they're trying to make sure everybody can live their life and make their money now.
That is true.
So,
That is true.
and I have a bachelor's degree in photography, so even with that, yeah, you have to do your general education. But at the same time, I'm gonna be honest, 1,000% with you guys. I come from a very poor household, so I didn't buy books. I had scholarship money, but that scholarship money went to getting a car, basically because I was like, I need to make sure my butt is in school. So I took my scholarship money, bought a car, and basically I was passing classes without books. That's how easy it is if you pay attention in school, guys. Like some people actually learn and grasp that concept so much where they like, okay, this is easy. Every class except my reading and English classes, I passed without books, basically. And when I did pass, I got more scholarship money. I was able to just pass those classes later. So that's how easy it was. Math, science, if you really sit there, pay attention, keep all your notes from high school. I'm telling you, because they're gonna just say the same thing you learned in high school, just so you get your general education. If you don't know what you're gonna do, go for general education. Some people might know what they want to do, but keep everything from that point of preschool to high school because all that stuff comes into play in life.
That
You
is
might be
true.
like, well, what about coloring in between the line, coloring a picture? Yeah, they're trying to teach you to stay within the lines of life so that way you don't basically hit somebody on accident. Like
Hmm.
all of that, bro. Right? I
It's
was like,
crazy,
that's kind of wild.
honestly.
They teach people how to color inside of a picture because, and you notice they always say color the picture, but they never say color the background of the picture, which shows that you can go beyond your means but stay within the same parameter. That's how crazy it is. And people will overlook that, and that's something in preschool that you'll never understand. And so you get to like what, maybe third or fourth grade, and they start like, oh yeah, you see you color outside the picture. You don't really notice it until you get to a certain age, and it's like that's kind of crazy.
That
But
is true. Also, before I read this next line of dialogue that Arvin has,
my fault.
we wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you
We
a
wish
Merry
you a Merry
Christmas. We
Christmas.
wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. A
Good
Merry Christmas
times
from
we
South
had.
Carolina,
I don't
everyone.
know the verse, but if you enjoy the stream, please make it worse. We wish you a Merry Christmas.
Oh,
The fact that I can come up with that stuff on the fly is crazy.
yeah, that is true. That is true. You
I
know,
have my lyricist.
so wanna know what my first video on the channel was before I read this thing?
What? Yeah, what's the first video?
A calculus parody.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, so at my high school, 11th grade year, I was in my physics class, my most hated class, especially because I did it in 11th grade before I even took calculus and all. So I didn't really
Mm-hmm.
know the stuff. Well, no, that was no, that was either my 11th or no, that was my 11th grade year, I think. Either 10th or
Mm,
11th, but I knew I didn't have calculus at that time. So
I see.
I go through into that. Uh, yeah, not my best class. It was actually the first class I could probably actually see myself failing before, and
Mm,
regretting that I ever tried to, challenge myself with it because I didn't actually know the math that went behind it all. Like
right.
at the most, I knew the algebra, but when it came to the actual calculus part, I had no clue about it. I never learned that. So yeah,
Mm.
but
I think I
I
think
sit.
that they give you challenges to get through your headspaces in high school. Not everything is meant to be passable.
Yeah,
This
but in
teaches
my
you
case,
through common knowledge.
I just didn't have the knowledge yet, and I should have listened to my family about it because they told me physics is hard. But
Hmm.
I wanted to be able to try to prove them wrong and show that I
I
could
think
do it.
I think trying is better. I think trying's on the same plane of asking. You trying something and at least trying it, even when people say don't do it, is better. It's just like asking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because like they warned me, and they also let me know that this will be higher level stuff than what I have currently. And I regret that yeah, at that point I didn't have any calculus knowledge, but it was whatever. Honestly, I got calculus the next year, and then I believe I had calculus A B for my senior year, which brings us into the whole physics thing. So, senior year, or I guess the previous year, so I guess my junior, whatever. I had one of my old bandmates. I've known her since elementary school, her and her family since then. She's going to be graduating the next year after, or right after, right before me. So she's already a senior and shit. She tells me
Hmm.
that, hey, Digi, uh, if you ever go into calculus and all, one of the projects that they have you do, you can either do a calculus song or you do something called the ABCs of calculus. And I was like, wait, really? Yeah, that's the senior project. And since that day, I've been brainstorming, okay, I need to figure out what I want to do for this. Because already I had the teacher that was going to be teaching me calculus for the next year. So yeah, that was fun.
Mm.
And after
Unfortunately,
yeah,
unfortunately, go ahead. I'm listening. I was gonna say
hey,
this girl.
but
I hate people. Why do y'all gotta
it's all
get
good.
drunk on Christmas? Why? Okay, good. She said text. I was gonna say I'm not gonna call you. I'm not gonna call you right now. Ah.
But hey, it was fun because that means the teacher already knows me, so that's pretty simple as is. And since I was already let known about it, I asked the teacher about it. She said, well, basically, she told me not to jump the gun yet because, well, we don't know if we're going to do that year, which we did do it that year. So, yay me. So,
Mm.
that's the first time I
I'm
actually had
proud
to
of you.
jump on a project before anyone else. And like I had done for some special projects before, I decided to make it Pokemon related.
Hey, you're not the only one that's done that. I did
Yeah.
a. I gotta tell you about this. I did an essay on cloud strife
Oh,
and how pushing past your limits
well,
was literally
dang.
like as a thesis statement. And my teacher said, "This is the best work I've seen all year." I'm like, "Wait a minute, calm, calm me fuck down." I said, "If only you knew where I was getting this shit, bro. I literally pulled this shit out of my
And I honestly hate myself a bit because I thought I didn't have to go to school on one of the last couple days, but no, I was supposed to go, and that was the day that we were watching all the calculus parodies that we all made.
Mm,
But apparently mine had the class laughing and extremely entertained, and everyone loved it.
I see.
Which they definitely knew me. I got most memorable in the yearbook for that year. And if there's one thing that people knew about me, it's I love Pokemon.
Uh,
Elementary school, Pokemon the movie 2000. I get the book for it, and I make a book report on it, and get some little plastic balls from Hobby Lobby, get some clay, and make three lightning bolts: one red, one blue, one yellow for the balls for the legendary birds. Uh, Senior year
I'm
as
sorry.
well.
I'm sorry. I'm half paying attention. I don't know why I can't even say it. She's drunk and she like send me memes, send me Photoshop memes. I'm like
Lord,
in the middle of the stream where I'm trying to listen to this. So I've been. I need you to basically slow down.
I'm very sorry about that. Very very sorry. But you
She's
know the Pokemon movie 2000, the Lugia movie, right?
yes, the yes,
Yeah.
the
So
movie that should have been more than what it was. Yes.
back in elementary school, I did a book report because my parents had gotten me the book for it, and I thought, oh my god, I could actually do a book report on a Pokemon thing. So they helped me out. I type up the essay with them, and we
She's
go to
so
Hobby
drunk.
Lobby,
She's so
get
drunk.
some.
She's texting me the Pokemon first thing.
Oh god. And my parents take me to the Hobby Lobby. We get these plastic balls that can come apart and be put back together, and get some colored clay. Make three colored lightning bolts: one red, one blue, one yellow, for each of the energy orbs.
Mm,
I don't think I got those anymore, but yeah. Uh, and senior year, well, no, junior year, I come up with something that I wanted to do for sidewalk art because I figured, you know what? Fuck it. I haven't done sidewalk art before. I might as well try it now before before I miss it. That was
she
either
forgot half the lyrics. I'll be real. This is some. I'll be real. You know I know you Pokemon fans. You can't quote the very first intro. I'm sorry. I know that thing verbatim.
I'm
So
gonna
she over here.
be the very best, like no one ever was.
Dun
The
dun dun dun
the
to catch
catch
them is
them is
my
my
real
real
test.
test.
The
The train them
train is my
is my
car.
cause.
She
Yeah.
drunk and only knew half the words. And
Oh.
look, the crazy part is, I said, she said, "Are we gonna skip the fact that Nurse Joy is fine?" God,
Lord have mercy. But if I was going to go out with a bang, I might as well make it good. Sidewalk art senior year, boom, this is me. I My friend had told me about a
mm-hmm.
show called, or told me about The Greatest Showman. I heard a couple of the songs.
Mm.
Well, no, 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 no. This was They told me about The Greatest Showman, but I never looked into it until I graduated. But
I
it was
see.
a blue square, black text that said, "This is me," and like a compass at the top, left, right, and bottom, I had music notes. And in the top two
Mm.
corners and the bottom two corners, I have what I say that makes this me: a Pokeball, Yu-Gi-Oh card, a Digivice, and a Dragon Ball.
I see. So you have you're a cultured man of culture. I see.
Yeah, and
I
I did
see.
that for a computer project as well to show off my very first function that I could make. Took a long ass time, but I got it to work and come out properly.
Mm. I
And as I
see.
said for my senior project, Pokemon parody, I'll derive it all. A parody of the Pokemon theme song, Gotta Catch 'em All.
That's what's up.
And I could have taken it a step further and gone with my other idea to go with it. The ABCs of calculus. She never said that we couldn't do both.
It's true.
So while I was
Again,
already thinking of, the parody, I thought, you know what? Since I've already got the parody idea in mind and I've gotten lyrics down, and my dad could probably help me out with some, I could go through and a paper Pokedex for all things
Nice,
calculus.
nice.
Now
Respect.
I didn't follow through with that, but it was definitely there as an idea.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I think the the one time I did incorporate Pokemon, everybody knew I was a Pokemon head, but I
Mm-hmm.
think the most fun I've ever had with Pokemon, like this, like as an idea that I took to the moon, when I was in high school, and everybody's probably gonna laugh at me. Um, that when I was in high school, I had a few YouTubers I used to watch. And this is before they were known for the BS, but I used to watch Sacred, Almighty Sacred, and I
Mm-hmm.
used to watch Shofu and the King Nappy at the time. King
Okay.
Nappy, I loved how he used to do his Pokemon videos. Now, I'm not saying I know what happened with all that drama. I'm not trying to bring that up, but
I don't even know
I
who he
liked his
is.
content. Okay, so yeah, we're not even gonna talk about it, but Nappy was one of those streamers and YouTubers that I liked how he came off. Like
Mm-hmm.
all his BS that he did aside, but he had he incorporated voice acting, he incorporated engaging his viewership and his audience. Now, all the stuff everybody else talks about, I don't know about. I wasn't there. But I know as far as his like content, I enjoyed his content because he was a really good voice actor. And that's not hearing enough. So I'm trying to get to the point of what I'm saying is in high school, I got to a point where I was playing so many ROM hacks that I was like, I'm gonna just start jotting down notes for when I want to make my own. And this is
Eh.
why I say keep all your notes in high school because when I would get bored in math class or whatever, I would just start like writing out like plot devices, stories, and like I was like, I want to have a game with like two different regions. Like I would be going crazy in it. You know what I mean? And so even like your pictures that you might doodles or whatever that you draw in high school, like keep all that, bro. Because like I kept all my stuff
Mm-hmm.
and I look back at it, every now and then, because I'm like, dang, I had enough note taking skills, like what I wanted to do, like to build a ROM hack, that if I just added on a couple extra things, this could be a really good ROM hack. And I was just, not just writing the ideas, I was like writing down gym leaders, their Pokemon they would use, basically. Like, eventually it compiled to be almost a full primal Pokemon guide for a game that I never even built. So when I did finally get in contact with people that actually do, um, you know what I mean? Uh,
Mm-hmm.
uh,
And you hear it here first. You heard it. You heard it here first, people. Keep your
so,
stuff
he,
from your past years. You never know when it will come in handy.
yep.
I'm gonna say this right now. Back in middle school, I was reading fan fictions after I got onto the internet for the first time and
My
using my
power of Tumblr
DS.
kid.
Yeah,
Tumblr.
so I've
Tumblr
already
for the win.
by that point I already found out about the dark side of things. Yeah, hentai was one of the things I found.
Hmm.
As a youngin, there's only one real type of show that I really knew well. Thought, why not? Pokemon. And I put in a couple other words in there to let me search, but not going to go farther than that, you guys. But yeah, found out about that. Uh, and I thought, you know what? Do they have stories online instead of just all these pictures? Question mark online. So I look up
What?
stories. Uh,
Yeah.
I found different Pokemon shipping stories and all
Mm.
from rated, what was it? Rated G all the way up to M. I don't know. I don't remember how they do it on fanfiction.net, but yeah, I found those. And then when I figured out, oh wait, they're not misspelling organism in this one.
Your girl just asked me, what if Wick was black? I said, Lord have
I started, actually knowing what sort of fan fiction I was reading once I hit like eighth grade, almost ninth,
me. Hmm.
and just started reading. I just been reading them religiously since sixth grade. And one of the things I really loved reading were crossover fanfics.
Mm.
Actually, they were a Pokemon and Digimon crossover. Because come on, those two are probably the best things to cross over. And occasionally, If I saw that a story wasn't complete, I would go back to it a little while later to see if they did finish it. And
Mm,
thank God some of them did actually get more chapters to them.
thank God as well.
Hmm.
I'm not gonna
But
lie.
some didn't.
The biggest thing that kind of like set me off with, not like set me off, but one thing that I always like, and a lot of people are gonna hate me for saying this. I was, as much as I love Pokemon, I was blind to a lot of Pokemon things in middle school and high school. So, like for example, I didn't know they had a Pokemon Mystery Dungeons manga. Like, I knew that they had
Oh.
the anime. Like, they put one of the animes out, like, and it was like when they were fighting Primal Dialga. But
Hmm.
like, I didn't even know they had a manga, bro. And I was like, bro, Pokemon just capitalizes on everything.
Yeah. It blew me away when
Uh,
I found a Pokemon manga too. And it wasn't just Mystery Dungeon, there was also Red's Adventure. Or it was called the
so I
best of the
knew.
Red Adventures, but still.
Did they actually? I'm just waiting on this to come out. The moment we get the Tinkaton plushies, that's gonna be a nice day on the planet for
And
good reason.
yeah.
Cause I need a because I'm gonna say this. Tinkaton reminds me of the girl that got bullied in like bullied in middle school, like through elementary through like middle school, and her glow up happened in high school, and she got tired of everybody's shit. That is really why I love Tinkaton. It reminds me a lot of my little sister.
Hmm.
And I'm like, this is literally her in a nutshell. She was cool, innocent. People picked on her, and rather her ask me to do something about it, she was like, "Nah, it's cool. I'ma handle it." And she just started boxing people, and it was raps. I was like, "Yes, I deserve that." I was
The
talking about
one
some holding grudges.
one of what comes to mind about
Those
me,
who throw,
Ten,
I'm sorry, I was saying those who throw stones learn real quick not to throw them anymore.
two words. Amy Rose.
I couldn't get behind Sonic. I'm sorry. It
No,
was
no, no,
multiple
no. That
reasons.
there's the thing though. What I'm saying is Pink, small, carries a giant behind hammer ready to beat your behind. Usually,
You talking about that's Tinkaton's like inspiration?
no, I'm just saying, like, when I saw Tinkaton, one of the first things that came to mind was it kind of reminds me of Amy. It's pink,
I'm gonna be real.
looks feminine,
I
and has a
the
giant
part
hammer
about
ready to
Amy,
kill things.
but the problem with Amy is Tinkaton's backstory sound more like a girl that was bullied. Amy really isn't bullied. Amy remind me of Sakura. Tinkaton remind me of a girl that got bullied through, like you know what I mean. Like Amy was not bullied. She just
Yeah, I
clearly
know.
had a crush on a man she couldn't get. She is Sakura. Tinkaton, you gotta sit there. She's like, okay, I got Tinkaton. Like, okay, I'm innocent. I don't do anything. And then you have to imagine these rookies and Corvus Squad like, oh, you think you're gonna play with metal? I bet we're gonna pick at you, like, and start pecking at you. And then you be like, why
Pikachu.
I gotta get picked on? Then she evolved, like, say, I'm tired of getting picked on. Y'all not gonna keep picking on me. Then she get her hammer expands. She gets into her middle school. All right, so this was gonna happen. This is the plan. They got one more chance before I decide to just start throwing stones at these people for picking on me. Then she evolved into Tinkerton shortly after. Like, okay, so I see you didn't teach your kids how to have some manners. Hold on, let me get this rock real quick. Make it smackdown. That's it.
Yeah.
That is what kills me about Tika. She said, I see you didn't learn how to discipline your kids. So now I'm just gonna mess you up. Cause you as a parent failed.
You know what? Little Tinkerton, uh, 2 page script comment or 2 page comic script. Just two little boxes.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Tinkerton standing in front of her trainer. Next panel,
Mm.
trainer's handing her the hammer. Go, do crime.
I'll be real with you. That sounds about right. A lot of people forget that as sad as it is, Tink Tinkaton's evolution line is sad. Like everyone's like, oh, it's a funny joke, but like it's kind of sad. I've seen girls get bullied, and it be over the stupidest stuff, bro. Like when I was growing up, the stereotype was, oh, you can't be a big dude. Oh, you gotta be because they always kind of brainwash you, being like, you gotta be a skinny dude that play basketball. Like, what about the football players? Nobody like really hopped on being big is okay until like after middle school, after you got roasted for being big. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I was a big dude, but at the same time, I was a fighter. So people got real quiet, when you just kind of take one person and throw them in the cafeteria, dumpster. You know what I mean? And embarrass them in front of all their friends, and they can't really have much to say about it. That's the type of embarrassment I would go for. Yes, it's a low blow, but we're in middle school, so it shouldn't hurt you too much until you get to high school, and then people be like, "Hey, didn't you call someone big before you got thrown in a dumpster in the cafeteria upside down?" Yeah, I mean that's the only way it carries. It's an humble mechanic, but that's enough about bullying. I say when you stand up to your bullies, they don't got to be as violent nowadays. Look, the one thing the next generation has over us. 'Cause I remember, yeah, there were times where it was horrible.
Now I can
There are
say
so
that
many times.
I haven't really been bullied before. Sure, I've been picked on before, but other than that, not actual bullying.
Hmm.
But that's normally because I knew who to stay away from, and normally people just didn't really have anything against me. Like, sure, I was talkative, but other than
Yeah,
there wasn't really, something that negative they could get about me.
I think that's another thing too. Like for people that kind of like, and I'm just gonna say, a lot of people that stay in their own world, they typically can maintain peace. But the one thing I noticed throughout the years is when you kind of have to adapt yourself for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Um, when you have to adapt yourself for a lot of people, you end up forgetting what you like, who you really are, and that's why like I look at it from a lot of perspectives. A lot of people are jealous that they cannot be in your situation, and that's one part of it. The other part that people like don't really want to admit is that when they have nothing going for them, and I'm not trying to say it in a bad way. When you have nothing going for you because your only outlet is negativity, then that negativity spreads a lot faster than positivity. And so you're like, oh, this is too positive. I don't like being around this person because I rather have people be in worse situations like I am, so I can, push it off of me. And I'm like, y'all make this so much harder
Yeah, I was the kind of guy
for
who
everybody else.
try to be friends with people, like try to be friends with everybody, but we all know that's not possible.
And that's another thing. A lot of people, and that was one of my biggest weaknesses. I'm very kind-hearted. At the end of the day, like if I fight someone for bullying another person, it comes from a place of kindness, not because I gotta get even with you. I don't care about that. I look at everybody in a perspective of older brother, older sister, little brother, little sister, mother figure, father figure. Because I was kind of raised like to have everybody kind of like as an ally, not as an enemy. You know what I mean? So looking back, even over my life, it's like I was kind of fortunate to be able to fight my own battles. But there's a lot of people that don't have the same situation. You know what I mean? Now, mind you, like I said, I grew up in the hood where ramen noodles was a everyday thing, not a delicacy. You know what I mean? But some people
Yeah.
didn't have to go through all that, and that's why it's like I try to keep my own happiness before helping other people. So that's why I've always been the same person I was. I kind of stand on my word. I'm very blunt. I don't sugarcoat anything. If I feel some type of way, I'm gonna say, hey, I'll pull you to the side and tell you how I feel about you before I embarrass you in front of other people. Because my thing is, if I have to go and pull you to the side, I'm probably not even gonna talk to you for real. I'm very to myself. You know what I mean? But if it's something that bothers me, I will confront you one way or another. Now it depends on the level of bullshit you're on, but that's just how I am. And that's why I guess a lot of people hate me, but actually, some people vibe with me at the same time because I'm not scared to tell you how I feel. Some people get into a point where like, oh, I don't feel like telling you how I feel because you should already know from how I act. I'll look at you and be like, okay, so if you act a certain way, then I'm just gonna say you hate me, or and I'm just gonna keep pushing. I don't really care how you act around me. I'm one of those people that is gonna tell you regardless.
Hmm.
There's a lot of shy people in the world that, like, oh, well, you can say I'm shy around you. Cool. I'm not gonna just openly throw you in an extroverted situation if you're shy. That's not my character. I will like joke with you on an extroverted level, but I don't really care. People are people. Everybody's their own person.
Hmm.
It just comes from a place of looking at you like a brother and sister. You know what I mean? Speaking of
Oh,
which, I forgot I might have like 10 eggs right now.
and
Oh,
I'm just
and we
realizing
ain't been there.
green for who knows how long. So I'm gonna bounce it back a little bit to the middle school talk about how I found fan fictions and all, if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, do your thing. Do your thing, bro. I'm actually kind of like getting these eggs together.
Yeah, it's
What?
all good. It's all good.
Yeah.
So,
Where
like I
are you
said,
though? Did you finish the raid? Did you finish the terror? The dude? Did you finish fighting Orphan?
remember how I said I wanted to try to continue the dialogue?
My
Yeah,
fault. Do your thing.
nah, you good.
I'm gonna
I'm
talk
I'm
about this
at fault
shit.
about this too. So that guy who said 30 minutes till Christmas in here before, Bread, uh, this was this honestly turned into a running joke for a good while. I'll get distracted and explore too much or talk too much during the stream and not really progress the game, which is kind of why I'm a bit behind the ball game. Because
Mm.
it took me 2.5 streams to get through the tutorial part and finish up the school stuff before I could actually be let go to do my treasure hunt.
Mm.
Yeah, because my first stream took me from my house to Los Platos, and then second stream I picked up from. Well, that's because I had something go down, so I wasn't really able to stream that long. I picked up from where I
Yeah.
was near Los Platos, did a bit more exploring, and finally I got over to the ooh, excuse me. Got over to the town, which or at least to the town gate, facing off against
Yeah.
Nimona, hooking up with my friend Bread on the game,
Nice.
and just exploring the town as much as possible before going up and continuing the story, get to the school, and had to end the stream there because I took so long. Third stream, I take about 20 to 40 minutes talking because I was
Pretty much.
the websites I
So
was
is my
working.
life.
Yeah, I do a call job on the side, so the
Nice.
websites we use for the stores they were getting backed up badly because of how many people were trying to use them.
Mm.
Yeah, and then
So.
this one guy who wanted to place an order, it didn't go through for him for whatever reason. I go in to place it for him. His city and zip code are considered invalid, even though it. You know how when you type in a store to start or not a store, type in like your address or whatever, and
Yeah.
the website can fill it in for you. Yeah,
Yeah.
it did that, and it still said the city and the zip code were invalid.
I had that problem before. Um. That was the only time it happened was when I was in the country, though. The country parts of where I stay.
Yeah,
So it's not an uncommon thing.
if I'm right, it was a township or some crap like that. So,
Yeah, because different townships they don't have certain okay, so the problem is when Google Maps like first adapted every street and everything to it, a
mhm,
lot of people forget that it was a beta that they were still testing. They could only see main streets at first, but because they had rushed it because the government wanted to and this is how crazy it was, they were using Google Maps to actually find Osama bin Laden, um, which is crazy.
wow.
So when
Hmm,
they did, they expedited Google Maps because they're like, well, we need to make sure there aren't any other people trying to do what Bin Laden had did. And that's pretty much where it came from. That's why Google Maps is so accessible now, but at first it really wasn't that accessible to the public. It was only like you had, I don't know if you guys remember, we had Google Earth before we had Google Maps.
I
When
remember
Google
Google Earth.
Yeah, Google Earth came before Maps, and then Maps was the byproduct of Google Earth. We had Google Earth back like in 2000 and what, two or so,
Yep,
but they didn't finish it out until like 2010, like after like way after the events of 9/11 and stuff.
that is true.
So once they did that, they're like, yeah, we gotta make sure nobody else tries the same stunt because that's some BS.
Hmm,
Well, I can't blame them for it because I mean, they protect your country. Do what you gotta do.
yep.
Um, but it wasn't fully utilized until then. And they're like, okay, well, we can see how people are moving now because everybody got to figure out where they're going anyway. So we can use Google Maps
Hmm.
as a byproduct of basically tracking to stop crime and help people get where they need to go. So that's
Yeah.
why a lot of the township spots were obsolete because a lot of people were going to major cities, but they would cut off like in certain cul-de-sacs or like certain dead zones that weren't really recognized because they were trying to stop drugs and violence at the same time Google Maps was being officially um, pushed out as an official item. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Another thing that everybody realized that we just got access to in our lifetime, like I said, anybody born in the 90s has seen it dang near all of it. We did not have drones for real like that. See, we had little toy drones, but the drones that you guys have now for video recording and like going crazy, like DJIs and stuff,
None of that was available back then for us.
we couldn't have that. Like, I'm gonna be real, we didn't have we had nothing. We had no knife threats, we had no gun threats. None of that existed in our timeline. That was something that after the technological shifted, that you guys started having. Like, we never had those problems. No offense to anybody, not trying to say um that you can't have those problems. We never had those like problems as
Like the
bad, I
closest
guess.
that we would have had to that were the RC copters that we could probably get or something like that growing up.
Yeah, because like they wouldn't even let us have it because of Bluetooth interference. I don't know if you remember the reason why we could never have anything was because the signal. They would always blame everything on signal interference. So they would be like, "You can't have the radio on in the rain because it signal interferes and you can get your car struck by lightning."
Yep.
Like they would be making up everything in the book. And I know you're like, you guys are like that's MythBusters theory. That's stupid. Yeah,
Mm.
but it was something that was very real in our time. They what was it on? They said you couldn't take a bath during a lightning. That was hellas ago when they debunked it, but still it's the same concept. They just said you couldn't do it. Um, what was another one? We had like a bunch of these back in the day that got debunked. They said something about if you drop a penny from the Empire State Building or something like that in a lightning storm, you basically make a speeding bullet. It was a bunch of stuff like they just came up with randomly that didn't make sense.
Yeah.
Like even with food sometimes they'd be like, "Oh, if you put bread on brownies, it technically makes the brownie softer." And like I don't know
No.
where they had in the ass
No.
logic came from. Like once you finish cooking, you're supposed to put bread on your brownies and it keeps them soft. I was like, "Bro, no, you just get a Sterilite, wrap it in some foil, and don't put it in the fridge." But
Yeah.
that was the type of stuff we had. Like I'm telling you, it was like,
It
what
was
was another one?
crazy. It was crazy.
They used to tell us don't throw an aerosol can at camp when we did Boy Scouts. They say don't throw aerosol into the fire because it will overheat and explode. That was a myth that got busted until we actually tried it. So we tried different aerosol cans, but the only ones that basically explode are high pressure chemical ones, not just like anything regular. So if it's not like deodorant or like some type of DEET, like or like bug spray basically,
Hmm.
those are the only two things that won't that will actually explode. Anything else you have that's aerosol will not explode. You can have aerosol like aerosol hairspray. Hairspray is not that explode. I'm sorry, not aerosol hairspray.
It's been a while since
What's it?
I've even heard the name aerosol.
Yeah, that but now you see it's incorporated into our everyday life. Lysol explode like anything that's chemical combustible and flammable will do it, but it's certain ones that don't, and that's why it was like a big deal even when camping. We used to not. And I hate to say it, like when I was in Boy Scouts, we used to have to take these things called ambient showers. Now in Boy Scouts, they got electricity at the camps, or you can charge your phone. They got actual showers with hot and cold water. I'm like, all this
Wow.
military training for nothing. We used to have
Yeah.
MREs. This is another thing people slept on. We used to have a thing called MREs we would eat at camp. And I watched a Mr. Beast video today, and he was like, "Yeah, we're in Antarctica eating these MREs. All you gotta do is boil water and pour the water in the food, and the food is done." We used to have those when I was a kid. Those are World War II artifacts, believe it or not. They still make them, but like they came from World War II. And like a lot of people were like, "Oh, we'll never have like meal ready to eat. That stuff is disgusting." I'm like, bro, you get hungry enough, you gonna want to eat some meal ready to eat. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes it just be the ones that you get. Like I had a friend, he had one that was like clam chowder. He's like, that shit was disgusting. I got like a Salisbury steak. I was like, yeah, this shit fire. It just depends.
Well,
But back to you, Digi. I'm sorry about taking away from your stream.
hey, you good. You good. So yeah, that was one of the things that happened during the stream. The place just came up invalid. By the way, if you ever see the stream guy, hey, I'm the guy that helped you place that order. Hope you got that, that ring for your girl.
Hmm.
And
Put a
yeah,
ring on
that took about 40 minutes to get through that conversation.
it.
Because like I
I
said, it
think
wasn't the customers that drove me crazy that day. No. It was the websites. Like the customers,
so.
they were a little bit annoyed, but
But
none
then
like
again,
Karen
they're
level.
just as annoyed
None
as
of
you
them were
are.
that bad. They were not that bad. Like I could
I
honestly
remember.
see what issues they were having, and I was starting to get them my own. So yeah, that was
Hmm.
my thing that day. So
I
yeah,
remember
that is
as a
why I
person
have
that
not
used to
completed this game
website
yet.
develop. Oh
Talking
yeah,
so
as a
dang much for this.
pretty much. But I used to develop websites on the side for like little small businesses and stuff. I'm not gonna lie. But my
Hmm.
biggest issue is a lot of people don't understand that as a website designer is different from actually like building the website and like integrating it. Like mind you, the elements are there, but everybody will be like, "Oh well, once you build a website, I don't gotta pay for it." And it's like, nah, you still gotta pay someone. Why I gotta pay someone? Because Google and the government exist. Like this is not free real estate. I'll build your website, but you still gotta pay for it annually. So, but yeah, go do your thing. I'm sorry about that, Ash. I'm gonna let you finish your story before we don't get anywhere in this stream. Because I'm still kind of out here just getting these eggs together. So that's crazy. The Evie is asleep. Let me, is he here? Are you here?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Okay. All
So
right. Do your thing.
yeah,
I'm on mute. I'm on mute
you're
temporarily.
all good. But also, eighth grade, found out about fan fictions and all, and I loved them so much that, well, since I found out about them back in sixth grade, read them all the way up through my eighth grade year. Uh, I decided, when I get old enough, I want to make my own fan fictions and put them out here on the website. So I started brainstorming names, and at the time, Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal was the newest Yu-Gi-Oh! Show out there. And I started thinking, what name do I want? It's got to be something where I can combine all my animes into one. And that's how I came up with the name Zexal Digisaiyan Ash, which, looking up, you know, few months back, as far back as I could, Digisaiyan Ash was made by someone else about a year or two after I decided to coin the name myself.
I'm not gonna lie. I hate that when people start doing that with my name too. Because the way I spell Sergio is with a U. And everybody, and I say everybody, like, and mind you, I have the name Sergio
Hmm.
since what, 20, 2010, I retconned the name Sergio.
Wow.
And so when I say everybody that has taken Sergio, and mind you, I have branded it since 2010. So legally, I could just go through and be like, yeah, change your name. Because I've had it under my brand since 2010 as a kid. Because when I wanted to take YouTube seriously, I did all the research for it. I was like, okay, so I have to brand my account, make a name for myself. Then I can basically have my music attached, so nobody can take this name. The moment I licensed my music under Sergio with the U, everybody else that came after me, I was like, okay, so it's just nothing but take your music and sue you now.
Yeah,
Like
I
I
get
used
you.
to have these thoughts of being an asshole. But eventually I am going to change the name Sergio because Sergio for me was not just the name; it was a brand of helping people. So
Hmm.
it had a like I got to pull back on my notes, but I had a whole like Sergio was supposed to be an acronym at first before it was just the name of Sergio, and it was supposed to basically represent different parts of myself that I love the most, which was scouting, unification within the community, relaying back to the community and always helping them. Uh, I forgot the order. G giving back. I making it something an intellectual property and basically expanding on it as an innovation or innovative product. And the O for opening up opportunities for those who can't get them. That was the original point of Sergio. It was supposed to be kind of like my Eagle Scout project, but It
Nice.
was because I did something different from the Eagle Scout project. I still always had the name in hindsight. So when I capitalized it and wanted to go off and do YouTube, the first thing like when I noticed that people were taking the Sergio name, I changed my whole name and added multiple names under that brand. So any name that I could think of that I knew I wanted under
Hmm.
Sergio became my official name. So King Random Boy Sergio, King Sergio, Sergio S7, Sergio the King, Sergio all those names I retconned under just the Sergio brand, and that's how come to this day you have to want if you want to really do things very seriously, you have to make sure your copyrights and your names were already established. Me doing all that through my music already solidified it through the branding of content. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
now that I am just a YouTuber or I am just a little, rapper on the side, they can't say, well, his name wasn't Sergio until this year. No, his name was Sergio the whole time. You just now saw his byproducts this year. But by business standard, he is keeping a product of his name on the line.
And I
So,
guess this technically means I've copywritten Digisaiyan since at this
so
point.
as long as you have something that you can copyright with, yeah. That's what everybody forgets. Copyright laws still are applicable. People just don't use them as much because for one, the name Sergio, like I said, I already had that as the innovative brand. But some people look at it and be like, "Oh, you're just trying to capitalize off the name. I like that name, Sergio. I want to be Sergio." But it was originally, you know what I mean, good intentions, but everybody just kind of took it because Sergio, believe it or not, is normally spelled with an E. So me having the U, and there's another reason for it because I like Static Shock at the time. I don't think a lot of people understand how much I love that
Superhero
show to
static
death.
shock.
So even having Sergio Shock under one of my brands, the Son of Static Shock and Storm, was where the name also got its original derivatives from. Which is why I look at everybody. I'm like, y'all just don't like y'all just
Hmm.
doing something to do something. Y'all not doing something to have a purpose. You are doing something to do something. There's just nothing wrong with it. But just know if you were to capitalize on it, you're gonna get sued very fast. I
And
avoid
this
it for that.
explains why you got a Pikachu and that purple is like plasma and all. Surge.
It's supposed because I want to help. Basically, okay. So in my picture you're talking about is basically a Pikachu on my shoulder. Originally, I was gonna have a Rotom watch because Rotom watch is actually my favorite Pokemon.
Hmm.
Rotom in general is my favorite Pokemon, but the wash form I love it to death. Um, but because Rotom was not a very relatable Pokemon at the time outside of VGC, I kind of took Rotom off and I was like, I have to make it more relatable. So then it was Electivire that I cared about the most. And everyone's like, oh, Electivire is trash, Electivire is this, Electivire that. But then it was like, it's still a cool looking mount at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So that's
Mm-hmm.
why I ultimately stopped it at the Pikachu. The Pikachu was the third electric choice because people know Pikachu. You know what I mean? My whole brand has went through so many rebranding tactics that now when I look back, it's like these were simple decisions I could have been started with, but uniqueness can only flow, you know what I mean, after you are relatable, first of all. And two, after you are relatable, you can also open opportunities for more people. Because now you will look and be like, oh, well, he does have Pikachu there, but his favorite Pokemon is Rotom. Or, oh, he does have Pikachu, but were you there when he used Electivire in his streams? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not that all adds in. And then I wasn't a music channel at first either. The music thing kind of just fat into place because I didn't want to instill my lyrics or anything. So that's what really pushed it even further. I used to do um a lot of streaming, and my whole gimmick was because I know I'm not really like good at anything but Pokemon logically. In the video game world, it was basically going to be a channel called Surge Sucks at Everything. Surge Sucks at Everything,
Why
but
does that
Pokemon.
name sound
And
from? That name sounds very familiar.
because it was an idea that I originally had, but then other YouTubers started even, and I'm gonna be honest, Nappy has stolen ideas from me that I had way before Nappy did them. The King Nappy, I don't know, and I can prove it to you because I have the files on my computer of when they were actually dated, documented, and actually put into a branding system. The
Hmm.
generation lock that he did, I actually came up with the idea first, and I have videos of it. The problem was I didn't have the tools to execute it. I reached out to Nappy and asked him to be interested in the idea, but he never gave me credit for it, believe it or not. So, because I was a small YouTuber, why would he have to give me anything? And that's how I kind of learned the hard way that being unique comes at a price. You know what I mean? So, but back to you. I'm sorry about that. Back to you. We're having so much fun in this stream.
Y'all good.
More
Whew.
eggs and more eggs and scrambled eggs and more
So,
eggs.
continuing the dialogue, and thankfully I remember what he first says because it's literally just him calling out to me. Yo, Droll, did you find the Titan? That's the lurking steel Titan? It's, well, it sure is long. I think our little friend might be even feistier now after eating those herbs. We're going to we're going to need to do this together. So after I'm pretty sure that was an hour's worth of talking. Yeah,
What you
because
getting like a
we
concoction?
crossed over into Christmas earlier. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's been
All
about an
this came
hour.
from a Christmas combo.
Yeah, we we have been talking for an entire hour. My friend came in and said 30 minutes till Christmas. It's already 47 minutes past
It's
midnight. Oh god, this game has been on pause for an hour.
that's crazy. I know the Shermans are like, all right, we'll be back. It's almost midnight. It's time to go to bed.
Doesn't matter how big an opponent is, victory is going to taste so good by my seasoned toadstool. A
I honestly
toadstool.
be I honestly be telling people to be clipping the streams because like this is just spare content that you can upload to YouTube.
Yeah.
The behind the scenes. But go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
All right. So now that this guy has done that, I did one workup. I'm gonna terrestrialize, and I'm gonna hit it with an aura sphere. Gems are formed under pressure. Let that pressure cause your powers to crystallize, terrestrialize, beat them down. Fighting Terra, Lucario. And yes, I am that big of an anime nerd that would do some shit like that. And it one
Yes,
shots.
Monster Cardo. I summon Monster Cardo Lucario.
Draw, Monster Card, and shoot. One shot.
I'm I'm not
Defeating
gonna
the
lie,
Titan Earthworm.
Mommy Oscar in game has literally been sleeping for the last 30 minutes.
Well, at least you
Like
actually
Mark,
gave
I
it a
was here.
cat's nap. Or whatever it's called.
It's literally halfway in the sun and halfway in the shade, and this cloud is just going over it, and it's just there, sleeping, not even up. It just literally rolled over. It doesn't care. The dealer like, hey, listen. He's like, no, let me sleep.
Well, looks like I'm getting
Get
rid of
up
high
in
horsepower
here.
for Earthquake. Also, it has
Or
rained. It has blown sand. It's turned from day to night. It has just started to rain again. That's how
it's
long we have been
5:45 in
talking.
the morning.
No, I'm talking about for the video game.
Oh.
We did it, Draw. Way to go, my little buddy. Did you get a good look at its face though? I didn't expect a Titan to be such a little cutie.
Oh, the cat did wake up in the rain. Unfortunate. Get back here.
I
Let me
bet if
show
we
you.
go in here, we'll find more of that Herba Mystica I ate before. Let's go find it before that thing can regroup. I mean, it was level 28, or your Pokemon was level 28. I mean, that thing had to be at least 30. My Lucario was like 40 something. Set up once and one shot with Aura Sphere.
Not gonna lie, it's thunderstorming over here. I want to get my
Mhm.
eggs first.
That must be it. What is this? Dry Mystica? Because I know it ain't sour. Let's see. The last Herba Mystica. Oh, it's salty. Okay, it's salty.
Mm.
Huh.
I gotta learn how to farm Urban Mystica still.
Okay, let's see what the book has to say. Well, apparently, salty Herba Mystica helps with aching hands and feet. Good for good for neuropathy and numbness. When you've
Well,
got
mass
muscle
outbreak
weakness,
ascendancy
it
of the
supposedly
Zexal.
builds up strength again. Hmm.
There's a mass outbreak of insanity.
Nice. You know what's
Uh,
next? It's chow time.
I
And
don't
this
know
is the
what is
last
next.
sandwich I needed, you guys. Yeah! Yeah! Whatcha!
Oh, where's Magnemite? Hold on, what's
And
Magnemite?
here we
Oh,
go. Trusty orange chocolate block full of cheer final herb super sandwich. Squeeze this badge tight and cry beautiful tears of friendship as you eat, okay?
get back here, Magnemite. Magnemite.
Magnemite.
No, like I'm seriously trying to.
Magnemite.
I gotta seriously try and see if I can lock in on. There we go. Yeah, there we go.
And there's Koridon, ready to eat another sandwich from me.
I'm not gonna lie, I love how Magnemite looks in this game. It's so beautiful and polished. I don't care what nobody says about the graphics in Scarlet Violet. You don't just make a Magnemite look that good looking, bro. Like, there ain't no way. There is no, bro. It's too good looking. Like when I say good look, like it's a good looking Magnemite, bro. I don't care what nobody say. These graphics can't be trash. I can see my face in that Magnemite.
Honestly surprised about that too. Like they made that Magnemite, Magneton, and Magnezone look way too clean. Like where was that in
Like
Legends Arceus, by the way?
that's what I'm saying. Like you already like look good in Legends Arceus. I don't even know. I think I'm gonna have to evolve it somewhere around here too. But I'm just gonna start catching like the Magnemite line because bro, those are clean mites, bro. And God for like
That's probably one of
I
the
don't like
best
both of
looking
them.
Pokemon in the game, honestly. Koridon will
That
now be
and
able to jump
Vulpix, bro.
higher now. I guess it's Mabosif's turn then.
If I can find more, that'd be great. But I only see the one for now. I do have to catch one of those bramble cacti mines that I keep passing up for no reason.
Come on, bud, eat up.
Is that a raid? It is a raid.
It's going
I
to make
think
you all better,
actually
I promise.
that is a
Zero
that
and
is a
I,
Delibird raid,
we
by the
really did
way.
our best to get this for you.
Oh, that's your crystal there.
Play with your
Oh,
favorite ball as much as you want. You know? Just like we
you
used.
still. Oh, my fault. My
Please,
fault.
get better.
Nope.
That's all I want, really. What the fuck? Where did that Diglett just. Not Diglett, Ditto come from?
Diglett D.
No, no, no. Like a Ditto just popped on my screen for a split second as I was reading that. Even made the sound effect. Also, please
Ditto
tell me I
D.
wasn't actually supposed to do these in any specific order.
No, the question
Game.
isn't. I'm be real. You do have
Here we
to
go.
do them in a certain order, but it's not
Mastiff.
gonna hold you back if you don't. That's
Did
all
your
it
best,
is.
bud.
Mm. All I gotta do now is catch. I have to catch some of my area, but at the same time, it's about time I start hatching these eggs. 'Cause I've been really going in circles the whole time. So I might as well go to the
Bud.
Pokemon Center and kind of go from there. Rambling. Not even a Brambler knows where it is headed
Me too.
as it tumbles across the wilderness. Blown by the wind, it loathes getting wet.
Wait, what Pokemon?
Brambling.
Hmm.
Bram.
I was
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy about that? That's a throwback to Smash Bros. By technicality, if you know what Bramble means.
Ramble?
DK Bramble Blast. Uh, Diddy Kong Bramble Blast, the song.
No, I don't.
It was on the fire. Yeah, you have to. I should see if I can put it in through my chat, but I don't want you to get copyrighted with it. So, but if you go to Diddy Kong Bramble Blast from Smash Bros. Brawl, I believe. Yeah, that's a good song. Ain't gonna lie. It's a very slept on. Like people that know it know it. People that slept on it slept on it. You know if you slept on it or not.
Okay.
But definitely a good song.
Also, I got worried here for a second that that I was supposed to do these bosses in an order so that Mabstiff did get all the food it was supposed to.
So
Because
they're
I
gonna
would,
naturally do it.
yeah, I
They're
know.
gonna do it naturally.
Like I would have been, I would have actually applauded Pokemon if they gave you a bad ending for either taking too long or going in a wrong order or something, trying to get all the Herba Mysticas to save Mavistiff. Because it's been proven that Pokemon can die. Like they even show that in
Um,
Legends Arceus too.
I think
They're
that'll
not
be the
afraid to
darkest
show.
turn to it. That'll probably be a dark turn that's not needed. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I mean, let's be
Uh,
real. They've shown dark stuff before in Pokemon, even in the newer
I'm
games.
not gonna lie. I can't say without spoiling it, but even certain events in this game are, yeah, like they're almost Final Fantasy level at that point with what they did with this game.
Which is a good thing or a bad thing.
I will not. I cannot tell you because it's important that you finish the game. It's
Right.
so imperative that it's imperative. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do
Sorry.
is we just go. I want to
Hello,
try to
Jerome.
way
This is
like
Sada.
count my steps faster outside of
What
Millennium, but the easiest way I'm gonna do it is actually right here. There's a Pipico. I'm just gonna go back and forth from each Pokemon Center, back and forth.
seems that Crydon has regained all of its powers except for the power to battle. While you're riding upon it, it seems it can now jump higher if you press and hold the B button.
Pretty much. Yep.
Yeah, so yeah, I never got this skill. I had only how I got up to higher places was I did the B reverse jumping,
Yeah. I'm
or
not gonna lie. It's certain
or
events that you will have to get. That now you can go a little bit higher though too.
yeah.
It's really a useful ability, but you still won't be able to swim until I think the second or third one. But it's definitely worth it though.
This was
Because
the
now
last
you
thing I
should be
needed.
able to
Remember,
go on cliffs that are. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
this is the last thing I needed. Remember,
Are you serious? You just skipped that one.
this was the
That was the. Oh my
yes.
gosh.
The last one I completed before this was the False Dragon.
My eggs are hatching. Even Maridon is curious to see what it is.
I knew you were the right one to entrust to it, Jerome.
And
Listen to
that
you.
is a
Like you had anything
Sprigatito.
to do with it. That voice. Arvin, are you there? I've been searching for so long for a way to reach you. Because no one else can get into my lab but you.
Oh,
Excuse
you at the
me?
climax part. You have all your badges?
Please take Gerald back to the lighthouse with you. To the lab on Poco Path. I'll reach out once more once you arrive there.
Mm,
I feel like that was more of an excuse me bitch kind of thing.
I'm not gonna lie. All I've gotten is Sprigatitos thus far. I was hoping I would get a mix of the Eevees and Sprigatitos, but actually I should see. This is these are just males so far.
I
Do
mean,
I have the
if you got in
Overgrow and Overgrow?
wait, what
It's
gen
gonna take.
TV?
So I forgot I had my Meowscarada in the party. So I think Ditto breeded with Meowscarada and not with the Eevees. So I gotta make sure I do some extras for the Eevees. I haven't gotten Eevees already, but so far I'm only getting Sprigatitos.
I mean, Evie probably bred all right, but bred with Meowscarada.
And that wouldn't be a bad combo
Of course,
because the Eevee also has that's what I'm trying to say. The Eevee also has
mhm.
a hidden nature, so I wouldn't be mad.
It
These
has a
are
what nature?
damn. So the Eevee has not a perfect nature, but it has a hidden ability. So that's why I'm
Oh,
like, it's not bad either way. Well,
okay.
I'm concerned about, yeah, because I think I do got some Eevees mixed in because they are taking longer for certain ones. But then again, we have to see. But I'm trying to get either a hidden ability on the Sprigatito, or either a hidden ability on my Eevee as a female. I need a female hidden ability Eevee so I can get my Sylveon. lined
Hmm.
up correctly.
Okay.
That's why I'm kind of like stressing it. But so far, only meal spaghetti shake summary.
For me,
If I do get these are all overgrowths.
I have gained a new dislike for a specific Pokemon for its lewd standings in the Pokemon
Oh,
world.
not Vaporeon, is it?
It's Vaporeon. And I already
Oh,
dislike the
really?
Pokemon for a different reason. Like
Because
loot
the other
standings, hey,
Pokemon turn into
Vaporeon is
molecules.
fine. Go have fun with that. But
Uh,
it takes a completely different turn when I'm, streaming. I go into selfie mode with my buddy Bread's Pokemon because it's his picnic, and I see his Vaporeon
mhm.
behind me, and his third evolution, Fuecoco I forget what it's called, stands
uh,
up on hind legs right behind Vaporeon, so you can see its underbelly. And Vaporeon is just standing on all fours.
Unfortunate. Yeah, this is definitely an Eevee left in the party because Eevee takes longer steps than Sprigatito, I think.
And it probably
But yeah.
shouldn't since what Eevee's basically a starter as well. But
Mm-mm. It takes longer because it's rare.
hmm,
Yep, and this is an Eevee. So the other thing about it is, I think Sprigatito and Eevee, Meowscarada and Eevee can breed because my Meowscarada is a female.
mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't be, but I think the only thing that separates it is the humanoid faction. But let's see, I'm just gonna see for now. But that's what I was saying. The only thing that separates it is and that's a female Eevee. Let's see if this got the one thing I need on it. Ooh, it's so close. And
But
so it's a female Eevee with adaptability. I'm not mad.
nice. That's what you needed, wasn't it?
Also, yes, it also has a special attacking nature boost, but a defensive
Ooh.
nature decrease.
Oh.
But its special attack starts at 5 and the defense starts at 5.
You know
I'm
what?
not
That's
mad,
fine.
which means that I was close to the nature I needed, but I didn't hit it exactly. So the Eevee is done. Now
But
I still got a box full of eggs.
yeah, here's the thing though.
That's
With
the good
me and Vaporeon and the hind legged, what was it? Skelligator or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Uh I go
Skeletor or whatever it's called.
yeah. I go over to the basket and I pull out 6 eggs. I hatch them all.
Mm,
Every last
right.
one of them is an Eevee.
That's wild.
So
You know
what I
what's
just
going on.
captured right behind me as a screenshot and on stream
They were getting
was
it in, basically.
Vaporeon fucking. So hooray, Vaporeon is compatible with more than just humans apparently. And my character got it, firsthand happening right behind him.
Sometimes, as, kids, we don't think about all the decisions we're being put through. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's just a matter of
Yeah.
not being exposed to the internet. You know what I mean? I think being exposed to the internet sometimes might make us feel some type of way. That's neither here nor there. I just want to change the stuff.
Yep. But I hate Vaporeon for that. But I can't
I'm
deny
gonna be
it did
honest.
give me a
I
good
don't.
to work with here.
I blame everything on the EV line now. Well, at least I should be able to get my Jolteon because I do already have Thunderstones on deck, which is why I'm not too concerned about catching one. I have every stone at this point. I'm so
Nice.
stoned they call me Steven.
Nah. I might as well call you Dr. Stone then.
Nah, it's a Pokemon joke. Steven Stone. He got the stone.
Continuing on.
He said nope. He said not gonna acknowledge it. Nope. Hell no.
I guess you probably already know. But that's my mom. Yeah, nah, dip, Sherlock, you yelled. My mom has nothing to do with this at the start of it. Always buried in her work, off pursuing her own research. Never at home with me. Great job, Boruto. Good to know. That's the
Not
first time
gonna
I've heard her
lie.
voice in years,
Zapipico is the easiest place to get your eggs to hatch. I'm not gonna lie. It's Pokemon Center to Pokemon Center at that point, and if you're not doing that, you're just going around the roundabout in the middle of town.
I can believe it.
So this is actually the easiest spot to kind of
Hmm.
do what you gotta do. And then you get to yep, here we go. They hatch now. I did 3 laps around the circle and halfway to the Pokemon Center between the
Hmm.
Pokemon centers.
Don't you also do like
What you say? You know what I might have did indirectly? I might have accelerated getting my hidden ability.
really? How so?
The Ditto had a hidden ability, and the Eevee had a hidden ability. So the moment I get one Sprigatito with a hidden ability, I can pretty much go crazy with the protein Sprigatitos. Just off the fact that I'm gonna do something else real quick. I'm gonna turn off the ability to give nicknames right now.
Okay.
That way it can make this faster. But the fact because when you have hidden ability mons, they breed their hidden abilities with other hidden ability mons. You see what I'm saying? That's why it's so easy to get the Eevee first try. Because mind you, I'm still going with Sprigatitos at this point. But the Eevee was already done. You see what I'm saying? Because I already had them in
And
that
since you
fashion.
got a male Eevee, doesn't your male Eevee also have adaptability?
Yes, the male Eevee had adaptability.
Go ahead and throw him back
And
in with Alscarada.
yeah, but I also have a Ditto with a hidden ability too. So I kind of indirectly made a egg chain basically. So no matter how it's sliced, as long as I can get those mons to keep breeding with each other, that sounded very horrible coming out of my mouth. Basically, I have an infinite line of ways to make competitive uh Sprigatitos and competitive Eevees because they'll all basically keep the same cycle going. If I find 2 other mons that are compatible in their A group, then I can do the same thing and get hidden abilities for them as well.
That is true.
So after this, I might do Quaxley next because I refuse to take Quaxley. That's not because it's too. I like Quaxley, but I think a lot of them look more female than masculine in my opinion. That's just my personal opinion. I
Hmm.
think the Quaxley line is more feminine. Oh, but if I find a shiny, I need to get a shiny Ditto because they
Let's
accelerates the
see.
shiny with the shiny
So
form.
he hasn't heard his mom's voice in years. And now what? The first thing I get to be, or the first thing I get is to be treated like some kind of errand boy?
Makes sense.
She's
He had it
seriously
coming.
unbelievable.
Like okay, so for every this is crazy. For every 4 Sprigatitos I get, every 4 Sprigatitos I get,
Mm-hmm.
I get one UV out of each batch of Sprigatitos. That's crazy.
Nice.
Sprigatito. I get more Sprigatitos than EVs. That's wild.
But I'm guessing you and Crydon probably want to go, eh? Not gonna lie, I feel like my blood's boiling. But sure, fine. I'll get you into the lab. What else can I do?
I mean,
The lab is
overgrow,
off
overgrow.
Poco Path at the
Mind you,
lighthouse where
some of
you and
these
I
are perfect
first met.
IVs too. By the way, some of these Sprigatitos are coming out to be perfect IVs. So, like I said, we're gonna have to do that stream to give all these away pretty soon because they
Oh
don't give us enough
damn!
space in this game to kind of do what
Whoa,
we
wait,
need to do.
perfect IVs? How do you know?
Oh, it's basically like perfect stats. Is what I'm trying to say. Some of
No,
them are
no, I mean
perfect
like
stats.
how, like at
So if
level one,
you go,
tell if it's a perfect stat one.
so basically what you do, you press the plus button over the plus button. You have the judge feature in the game, and when you judge, it'll say okay stats, good stats, great stats, okay good stats, great stats, okay stats. So I have some that are like in the great stat margin, like it'll say decent, decent, pretty good, fantastic, and some will say awesome stats. It's just when you get the judge feature, you should be able to see it basically.
And the awesome
That's how I know,
stats.
huh? That's also how I know like the EV that I have, it says it's good stats, but the special attack says no good. HP very good, attack decent, defense is the best, special defense is decent, speed fantastic. It tells you which stats is kind of already has with the judge feature. That's why like it like yeah that's it's kind of like how fast it can go. That's what I'm trying to like. I'm sorry if I'm not making it too abundantly clear what I'm trying to say, but like the
Oh,
judge
good.
feature really does save you basically in this game.
I've honestly never used the judge feature before, but now I know
Uh,
how to access it. So thanks.
so the judge feature works more for people that are competitive breeding. This is the really one of the first times I've had to do it on my own, like since Sword and Shield. And I didn't even like doing it then because I paid people to do it. That's how funny it
You
is. I'd rather
paid?
pay someone to do it. Cash App
Wow.
is a wonderful thing. That's all I'm gonna say. I paid people to do this. Um, because what happened was with my original Sword and Shield copy, somebody had stole my Switch, and because Pokemon Home was not out for Sword and Shield, I lost a lot of Pokemon and data that I wanted to competitively have. And I said I have more money than time at this point, so I'd rather just pay people to do it. And that's what happened. I ended up paying a lot of people at my college to breed for me in their spare time. I paid them like $30 an hour to do it.
Damn.
No, it was $30 every 2 hours because I said I get that y'all have school and stuff. But I'm paying you this so I can make sure that I'm doing what I have to do for a living. And they're like, yeah, we're cool with that. Cool. Won't you won't got it squared away. $30 for 2 hours. And then sometimes like they be like, well, can you just pay me like $100 for the week? And I'm like, sure. And that would be like they would just be boxing my shit after that. Like I would have so many mons competitively bred with competitive stats. It was just like, cool. I ain't gonna worry about this again. Which is why my Pokemon home has about 3,000 Pokemon in it, but there are different variants of that mon that can be used in different ways. And so I have like two of every competitive nature for different sets on that competitive nature. I'm just weird.
And I'm
That's why
going to
everybody be
bet that
like,
some of those Pokemon are also shiny.
some of them are. My thing was since they're getting paid, I said if you want to keep it shiny, keep it shiny. I tried to work for every like make everything work for everybody. So now they have incentive to do it for the shinies. They have incentive to do it for money, and it's like, bro, yeah, I just need it. I'm just playing VGC. A lot of them didn't even play competitive Pokemon. They just like the shiny hunt through egg hunting and stuff, and that's what made it even more easier for me, I guess, because now they're like, I'm getting paid to do something that I love anyway, and he pretty much is gonna just go competitive anyway. And I know I can use him, to, get some free money in college. Come on now.
That is
thirty
true.
dollars in college is enough to get you some lunch and
That is
dinner in
true.
the right spots.
That is true.
Like you tell someone $30 an hour just to literally, and what people started doing, they just hopped on their bike and literally people. When I found Jay Witz made a whole system like hash the miles faster, bro. People were utilizing what they could. They're like, all you gotta do is hold your Joy-Con in a certain spot every now and then, and yeah, it can cause drift at the same time. A lot of people got drift from competitive breeding, bro. That's why I'm like, I paid them for new Joy. I got them Joy-Con, whatever they needed. I was like, just make sure you get these mods for me. Well, how soon do you need them? By the end of the week? Yeah, we can do that. The, the fact that, but I'm glad I got the time to do it now. I just hope
Wow.
Pokemon Home doesn't take another year to come out. I'll have all these mods in Scarlet and Violet. That's gonna be my worst fear.
True. True.
So
Come on,
another
let's
get
get
stuff.
moving before I change my mind.
One thing I
And we're
don't
off.
like, one thing I do not like in this game is that they constantly keep bringing up the Pokédex every time you hatch a Pokemon.
Hmm. That is
Or
true.
like catch the same Pokemon. I don't like that. I know it's weird. Like I get that you want to show me it's registered, but like, bro, I don't need to see the Pokédex every time. I appreciate it, but
Like once
I'm gonna
it's
see this Mom
registered,
30
there's no
times.
need to show it off again. Like that was the
Yeah.
old formula. Why bother
Well, I
even
think they
changing
did
that
it.
one?
I think they did it because this is the crazy thing about the Pokédex. You can get okay, so you can still get rewarded in the Pokédex. I don't know if you know.
Yeah.
If you go to your Pokédex and click X, basically when you get in there,
Hmm.
the more it doesn't matter how many Pokemon you've caught to get the items that they give you, basically.
It's how many you've
You know what I'm
seen to
saying?
fill out the Pokedex.
So if you go, okay, so if you go in the Pokédex, right, and you go to the main Pokédex and you click X for the achievements,
Yeah.
It does not matter how many mons you have. Like I mean it. Like because I have repeated mons, and they're letting me do it right now. So for every mon that you have caught, you get more items basically. Once you click X, and you should be able to get like hella items. They reward you for that shit.
And do you mean
So
like
I'm like, so
Pokedex
go to
fill
your
out kind of
Pokédex.
thing, or just cumulative
So go,
Pokemon?
so go in your Pokédex real quick. Go in your Pokédex and like go inside of it where you can see every Pokemon, right? Like,
I mean, I have gotten my rewards from there before. I just don't know if it means like
yeah,
filling out the Pokedex or just a cumulative
it
amount.
doesn't matter. It's a cumulative of mons that you've caught. That's the crazy part about it. It does not matter, which is why I'm like, yeah, it's kind of no. The only other thing that would have made it better is if you could get rewarded for breeding by getting certain Pokemon Pokesense or Pokemon items or whatever it's called. You know what I mean, like the dropped items. Because I feel like the reason they didn't do that is because Gimme Ghoul would be too accessible. So,
Hmm.
but if they did find a way to do that, or Gimme Ghoul unfortunately can't because it's a non-binary Pokemon. And if it did have a gender, it would probably be busted that way too. So pretty much it's just late night breeding hours at this point. Let me see. Actually, was that all five of them? Was it all five of you? I got one more. Okay, so now I can start looking. See what we got here. So we got a male EV, still has adaptability. Brigatitos with overgrow. Cool. Go to boxes. I'm just gonna posit this Brigatitos. It looks like it's gonna be a Sprig Fest, honestly. A Sprig Fest.
Sprig Fest, huh?
But I
That's
know,
a new one.
yeah, because really what it's giving me, what it's showing me right now is that for every four, basically for every one out of five is gonna be an EV. Every 4 out of 5 will be a Sprigatito. The way how I have it set up in this way. So that's pretty much what they just kind of determine my values as. Which means that EV would be harder to get because I'm lining them up in the box and that's how it's coming off as well. I'm not too upset, just means I have to be at this for another 3 hours basically. So I get everything I need.
All right, so let's see. Pokedex. Come on over here. So caught, recently battled, yada yada yada. Evaluate. Ah, well that's new. Alright, so let's see. Your Pokedex now contains 130 volumes. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
I get a Dusk Stone. And now I need to find 7 more volumes of Pokemon. So yeah, no, it's just talking about how many Pokemon I've had added to my Pokedex.
Pretty much, it's not a set number of what you can and can't have
But it's also not just a
because
cumulative number of Pokemon either. So I can't just go
so
out
my
and catch
joint
like
candle.
20 Rattatas or whatever to get, you know,
Mm,
rewards. I will say
that
though,
might
one of the Pokemon I have in here, when I first caught it, its Pokedex entry was originally just going to have the shiny Pokemon for it.
mm, the mustache.
For a second, I gave you my Mudstale for a minute.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Whoop, some more eggs are hatching. We just kind of waiting it out. I can't wait for the rest of my cards to come in the mail, even if they come after Christmas. That's another Eevee. Wee.
Oh, yeah, while I make my way over to you, back to what I was saying about the Yu-Gi-Oh stuff earlier. I do have decks that I like playing,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm pretty sure at least one or two of them could at least go into competitive at some point. Like probably not super
Okay.
competitive or anything, but still,
What
it
you
can at
think?
least hold
No,
its
sorry, my
own.
mic. No, this is the other thing I want to say. Locals and regionals are two different things. Anybody can win the locals. I'm gonna be honest, if they have the right deck. Locals is like the practice before you go to regionals. Now you go to regionals, yeah, that's a different story. You go to YCS, yeah, that's another story.
Going to the
The
Dragon
farthest
Duels.
Dragon Duels expire after a certain age, so you can't be. You have Dragon Duels end when you're 14, basically.
when I was 13, and I was thinking that meant I couldn't go into any Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments anymore. So I
Mm-mm.
was
It
when
only
I
that's
saw that,
that's the kid
I
version. So that's
yeah.
basically the kid version of YCS, believe it or not. So YCS is the championship series. But if you are a Dragon Duel champion, they let you fight the people from basically the older people in YCS. So it's basically like a mentorship match, basically, if you think about it from that perspective. Your
Hmm.
senior fights the junior. But what happens to a lot of people is they don't stay in the game long enough, or they do stay in the game, but then when they do get old enough, they lost interest in the game, and they end up working for the store. That's typically how it goes. And you get tired of having to buy stuff with your own money. I know a person, personally, I've seen his growth since he was like 12 or 13, and I was like what 20 at the time, 20 maybe 19.
Hmm.
When I say I've seen him grow in those 5 years and get like super good, and even in Dragon Duels. When he finishes Dragon Duels and they put him against like actual competitors,
Yeah.
mind you, we have the whole YCS of him cheating in the YCS because he basically didn't read his card effects. But when I say he said that he was very nerve wracked fighting older people, it wasn't even funny. Is exactly what I mean. Is nerve wracking fighting older opponents that are veteran opponents. But like he when I say he misplayed like 12 times and cheated at least 10 because nobody reads their card effects in Yu-Gi-Oh apparently. So like, yeah, he did good. Not down now. That's a lot of pressure. I thought it was a shiny Sprigatito at first. I forgot. It's just the lighting on it. Because Sprigatito is pink when it's shining, correct?
I won't know because I've never seen a shining Sprigatito.
Shiny Sprigatito is his eyes just turn purple. Are you serious? So his eyes are purple. That's how you know. Neat. Okay.
I'm a jumping bean.
I wouldn't be surprised if I accidentally get a shiny without the shiny charm.
I
I
mean,
want a
hey,
shiny with the shiny charm.
it won't be the
I'm
first time
super
that you got
mean
one
to
though,
these
right?
things. So I'm gonna explain something. All my shinies happen by mistake, and I hate it because I'll do this right, and I'll go looking for like a Pokemon I want, and randomly find a shiny that I don't. You know how I know this? Sword and Shield. I was trying to find a shiny Morpeko
Mm-hmm.
for some reason. I found a shiny Bergermite, and that alone confirmed that we were getting Sentai remakes. Every time I get a shiny, it's for a remake of something that I don't want to see. So I knew Gen 4 was coming because I got a shiny Bergermite. And you would think, oh, that's a Gen 5, Gen 6 mom, Mike. But then it made too much sense. And I said, wait, everybody knows Gen 4 is coming, which means Bergermite is going to be in one of the Gen 4 games. But I said, wait, how? And then that's literally when they announced Legends Arceus. And I was like, ah,
So basically, your shiny luck is divination for you.
it's basically premonition, yeah. Divination or premonition, yeah.
Shiny
Like I said,
divination.
we're
Holy
getting
cow.
Let's Go Johto probably by the fall or summer of this upcoming year too, probably. If not this year, we'll see an announcement for it in the summer or fall of this year. I'm not even gonna lie to you. They have to put another Let's Go game out because while Scarlet and Violet are good, they have to make up for the lost sales at this point. So naturally, they're gonna put out a Let's Go game to cover their tracks because
A
Legends are
let's go.
the next Legends game they put out. I think it's gonna be Legends Kanto before it's like a Legends Unova or whatever. They have to go back and revisit Kanto in some way, shape, or form.
Nah, I'd
Um,
probably say they probably had to go like someone's fan-made theory, Legends Celebi, so a Legends Johto kind of thing. Because I
Legends
mean,
Johto isn't out of the question. The problem is, what would you do with it? Because this is where I'm coming from. Johto is right next to Kanto
that is
on the
true.
map. On the map. So what are you gonna do with Let's Go Johto? Outside of make Let's Go Kanto, not Let's Go Kanto, but Legends Kanto, which includes Kanto, Johto, and since Sinnoh is right down the line, they could just make an expansion for Legends Arceus if they really, really wanted to.
But then
Because
that
True
also
Grit
means we
ruins
need to
are
bring in,
Sinnoh and Johto ruins.
which
So
also means that
that
we would need
holds
a
ways to go.
a Hoenn version as well, because the Primal
Okay,
Legends.
they already did that with Oris. That's the problem. Oris was already its own variant of what would happen if you had Legends home, basically. And the other problem with that is I can see them doing it, but it's not going to be the way you want it to be. And I'm explaining why. They still have to come back for Ultra Sun and Moon and Sun and Moon. They still have to put Gen 5 in there somehow. They also still have to put in what's the game I'm thinking of? They have to come back and visit Galar. They also have
Sword
to
and
come back.
Shield. Now that would be an
Sword, yeah.
interesting one to do a
When I say they
Legends
have to
for.
redo Sword and Shield, the reason they have to redo Sword and Shield is because there was a lot of missed DLC we did not get in Sword and Shield because people want to freaking go and code the game and figure out everything that happens. The way they're going to justify Sword and Shield is the same way they're going to justify doing Kalos, which is basically saying that Galar is not far from Kalos because both of them are next to Spain. Illogically, like logically, if you're doing that, that's the only way they can go. They're gonna try and spin it that way, where basically it's Southern Kalos and a portion of Galar you will be accessible to, but not the complete place, if that makes sense. So,
Hmm.
and this is how I know they're gonna do it because they're gonna find a way to throw Urshifu's original location back in. We originally thought Urshifu came from Mount Coronet because it wasn't from Galar originally. I think what they're gonna do is say Urshifu came from basically some other mountainous range or region, basically outside of Kalos, which would make more sense. Because now they have a reason to go to Kalos. They don't really have to revisit Black and White because they already gave you the mods that you needed through mystery gift distribution for hella times already. If you didn't get Gensec, you didn't get Keldeo, you didn't get the three Swords of Justice, you didn't get um Kyurem, Reshiram, Zekrom. They've given like too many ways, including through Pokemon Go, to basically get what you need. And this is what I mean by Yu-Gi-Oh is having the same problem. You can't just keep basically giving out all these Pokemon and everybody keeps complaining about it. It's called staples, right? So if you know you need this mon, you need to go and get them. Because Pokemon's gonna get tired of having to keep bringing back older mons to the newer games. They're trying to move on past it so you have them in Pokemon Home. Pokemon Home is attached to your phone, so basically you can always have those Pokemon no matter what. You see what I'm saying? So that brings up the question of okay, well, why do they keep putting the older mons in the game? So we learned from Black and White that they cannot just leave them outside of just new Pokemon because the whole community is gonna be up in arms about it and be threatening Nintendo over the national decks. So we learned that from Sword and Shield and from Black and White. So long story short, they're gonna just have to bite the bullet. Oh, I've been literally riding around and all my Pokemon were already done. Okay. So long story short, they're gonna have to bring. They don't have to, but I'm saying it's logical to bring the DLC for Kalos over. And that DLC for Kalos can also tie into Unova as well in its own factoring way because a lot of people forget that Unova was also ruled by a king. Um, so it would make sense to be like there was a king of Kalos and a king of Unova. You remember they said that both kings split because of their ideals and truths, basically. So I believe that the idealistic version
Like
of that is
the
just
whole
the
aspect
Unova.
about the war is going to be something to throw in there too. Like Pokemon's not
Exactly.
new to putting in dark things and all, but never have they actually put in something about a war up until
Well,
Generation 6.
exactly, and that's why. And actually, it wasn't just that they've been hinting at the war, but they basically have to justify because the war that they're talking about was not okay. So because Lieutenant Surge basically said it was a add-on to his name, it was like for fun, but not for like
Mm-hmm.
serious. And Pokemon Masters, EX, that's the thing. Masters EX is not canonical, but some of the points are canonical. So until we can confirm if Masters is canon for certain events, because they have multiversal events through their canon, until we can
True.
confirm what is the truth, like the true timeline, we cannot use Masters as an accurate source. That's what everybody forgets. Masters is its own multiverse timeline as well. It's
Yeah, that
not far
is
fetched to
true
say,
about
oh,
that.
we could have it, but they have certain ones that line up and certain ones that don't. Meaning that logically, it's the same theory of Ruby, Sapphire, and Oris. Everybody says, "Oh, well, we need Emerald. Emerald is the canonical version." Like keep trying to tell people, because the third edition is an enhanced edition, right? But how can a third edition exist without the first two being there at first? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If you remove the first two games, the third can still exist. If you don't remove if you remove the third game, the first cannot exist. First two cannot exist because Rayquaza has its own arc. So everybody's like, well, how does that work? So basically, a paradox theory would say if you have Ruby and Sapphire, but you know of Rayquaza, but you don't know what Rayquaza does because the two Pokemon were never pitted against each other to fight in the way they did. Then guess what happens? It's a paradox. It means that the anomaly that occurred was them fighting, both Pokemon fighting to trigger the third legendary Pokemon's power or event. Thus, it's a convolutional anomaly.
So
It's like
basically, what I'm
saying the
hearing
commutative
is,
property of math, right? You say A plus B equals C,
mm-hmm.
but you can't say A plus B equals C and then say A squared plus B equals C. You see what I'm saying? Because the second is a different anomaly. It doesn't work in the commutative property.
Mm-hmm.
So crystal can exist within gold and silver, but gold and silver cannot exist within crystal. Platinum can exist within diamond and pearl, but diamond and pearl cannot be basically put within platinum. Legends Arceus can exist within platinum because platinum also can exist within Legends Arceus, if that makes sense. And here's the reason why. We knew about Giratina's his second form, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't get access into it until Platinum. Legends Arceus said, and they even hinted in Platinum that Arceus had another form between Platinum and Heart Gold Soul Silver. We never seen it until Legends Arceus. You see what I'm saying? Which means that literally Platinum can exist with Heart Gold Soul Silver's timeline, but it cannot exist within Diamond and Pearl's timeline at the same time.
This actually sounds like something I saw through a Proto Mario video where he was talking about, well, basically, is the red that we see in Pokemon Sun and Moon the same original
Same
red,
red.
or is it
Same.
a red from a different timeline? Since Sun and Moon was where they really introduced the whole multiverse
So
thing.
I can actually break it down for you because Mina is in Let's Go Eevee and Pikachu, right? Then
Nina.
that means the events. Yeah, Mina, the painter, the paint trial captain.
Oh, Mina.
hmm Mina was a kid, and it was confirmed her age was at 10. Well, technically, Mina is the oldest trial captain, and she kind of does whatever she wants to do. I think the oldest age for a trial captain can only be at 15, basically. So that means she was 14, about to be 15. Okay, so then let's do this math. We know it's been 4 years since she left from Kanto basically and went back to Alola. Think of it this way: 14 if she was 10. In the game we saw red, blue, and green, they were all at 14. 4 plus 4 is 18. When you start in Ultra Sun and Moon, guess what age you are?
You're 10.
You'll be
Well,
you'll
you're
be 10.
11. You're
Yeah,
11 in
10,
Sun and
11, or
Moon.
12 by technicality. So by going by that frame of logic, even if we don't know how old the main character is, we know Mina was roughly 10 or 11, which means it can fall into place because the Let's Go characters that have already finished their Palatown journey were already 2 to 3 years older than the main character of Let's Go. Meaning that Trace and Casey had to have been 11 years old for this to work, which means if Casey is 11, and we'll say Trace is 11 to make it simple, Trace is 11, then that means Mina would be 10 or 11
And that
because they
Mina
confirmed her to be
was
10 or 11.
also in Let's Go. I don't
Mina was in
remember.
Let's Go.
I never played Let's Go, so I never, knew about her.
Mina was in Let's Go, basically trying to find a way to get back to Alola at 10 or 11. Her family is rich.
We're still talking
So
about
they,
the same painter girl that's got like
yep,
the peace and love vibe.
yep, that's her. So she randomly wandered to Kanto, and she'll be like at the end of the game on the pier or whatever, trying to be like, how do I get home? I'm not even from here. I'm from a region that's far off in the sea. Well, we also know that in the anime that they said Alola was only a boat ride, not even an airplane ride. They said
It's a
the other
boat
oak
ride.
confirmed he can literally get to his brother in less than a boat ride away. Meaning, again, it's a matter of time and proficiency over accuracy. Meaning that yes, that red could be 18 or 19. Everybody says red was what 19 or so. I think Red just turned 18, or if, at most 17, because after 16, you were considered a grown ass man in Japan. I
That's
think the
true.
age was adapted to be 18 for us in the US, but I have to check to see how old Japan confirms Red to be, which would be basically 16 or 17
Thought
if
for
he
sure
said
it was
all his
like
journey
he was in
made
his
sense.
20s or something. Because
He was,
if we look at the time span between Kanto and Johto, with all the events that are
Mhm.
happening,
So
that's
remember,
what,
Johto
three
events took two
years?
years after Kanto. That's what I'm trying to get to you. So if the same Red was 14 in the same Red was 12 in Let's Go, right? Add 2 years, that would be basically Gold or Ethan fighting him. That'd be
Mm-hmm.
14.
Wait,
Cool.
but one
Sun and
red.
Moon events happen how
Wait.
long? 2 years away.
Why would red be 12 at the start of Kanto though? That's why I'm wondering because
At the end of his Cantoning journey, he would be 12. I'm gonna explain why. So if Red is okay, so let's say Red did start off at 12, right? This would make more
at
sense.
the age of 10
Red,
for his Kanto journey.
we'll say, but you have to remember this too. So
Hmm.
they said that the journey through Kanto, even fighting the Elite Four, it took him about a year and a half. Which means by the time he settled and said, "Cool, I've beaten everybody and caught all the Pokemon in Kanto," that means he would have been 12. He
Or at
goes
least
to Mount
11 and a
Silver, waits
half.
for a strong
Yep.
opponent
Yep.
around 13, 14. 2 years pass, Gold Ethan comes up there. 2 plus 12 is 14. We know that trial captains can only have their position until they're about 15. Mina was 15, about to turn 15, which means we take a year away. She would have been 14. Red add 2 more years would be 16. You follow my logic here? The events of Ultra Sun and Moon are paradox, but they're flipped to 2 years past. 16 plus 2 is 18. You see what I'm saying? And then we know that Red was actually born in the 90s because he has the 96 emblem on his shirt. Meaning, if you just apply simple logic, add 1 or 2 more years, he would be 20. That's pretty much how they kind of played it.
That
They
just
basically
went
gave you
over
the.
my head. My God. I just saw it
It's
as simple
basically algebra.
as
It's algebra. It's algebra. You really
red
think about it. It's
started
simple
at,
algebra.
yeah, red started at the age of 10. A journey takes about
Hmm.
a year and year to a year
A
and a
year and a
half.
half.
So you'd
So
be
he would be
about
11 and a
11
half. When he finished
and
fighting the Elite Four and catching all the Pokemon, that was another. He was close to his birthday, as we confirmed in the Red Origins. That he was
mhm.
about to literally be about 2 years older at that point because he
And
had caught all
since
the Pokemon in Kanto, and that's
mhm.
canonical because we know Red existed in that timeline of the game that reflects the game. So we
And
know
then
Red was
it's
finished
3 years
2 years ago.
ago in Gold and
So
Silver that Team Rocket was defeated, which was at the end of Red's journey.
right, and that was another year that you. And remember, if you go back in the Celebi event, we find out that Silver was older. They were not 11 or 12. They were not 10. They were like 11, 12 at that time.
Hmm.
Gold and Silver were both about 12. They were not 10 because Silver was old enough to know that his dad was still in charge of Team Rocket, and also was old enough to make his own decisions. The Pokemon trainer, they say that most trainers start at 10, but it doesn't mean they can't be older. Hence,
That is
Hilbert and
true.
Hilda were in their teenage years when they got their first Pokemon, believe it or not. They started around 14 or 13 or 15.
Oh wait,
That's
that's
why I
right. In Black
said
and White, Hilbert and Hilda started what, 15, if I'm right?
15. You see what I'm saying? So it's different for
Yeah.
everybody. That's why I said you can't, even if we don't give Red an accurate age, we can just use literally the notes they gave us, which is if they say he's 20, well, we say okay, well, 2 years from wherever he was from will make him 18, right? And that would be the Johto years. Another year and a half pass, so we'll just round up to 2 years again. That would put us at 16. Well, we know he did the PWT events, which is Pokemon World Tournament events, in the games, which would have been another year or so. We
That's
also
right, because
know
Black
that
2 and White
Mina.
2 are still
Exactly. And at that
okay,
time, they
okay.
said, even though he looked the same as the Red we knew, they
Mm-hmm.
also said that Red hasn't aged much. As we know by Ash, Ash is old as hell, but they never aged him. They always put him at 10.
Yeah,
So if
because
we
he
want to
should
go
be
by
about
that timeline, it's
I should
still
be
they
about
could
20 right
time of
now.
youth, huh?
I should be about 20 right now.
Exactly, but they don't say that. But that's
True.
like I said, that's anime. That's different from the actual games. We know
True.
in the games that Red was older because when he came back, remember I'm trying to tell you this. Let's
Mm-hmm.
Go was the canonical version of Fire Red Leaf Green. Fire Red Leaf
Really?
Green was technically Red's journey, and at that age, he was confirmed to be 10 or 11.
Mm-hmm.
Let's Go is Trace's and Casey's journey, which happened 2 years after, remember? And this is also the theory that Red did not catch Mewtwo, which he never did in the original games either. Which is why we can't use the generations as the thing, because he believed that Red believed that all Pokemon should be free, basically. And that was also the manga Red. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That is why we cannot confirm it. But the only way we can confirm it is because they also had said in the original manga that this is a reflection but not a complete adaptation of the Red that will be in the video games. Until Viz Media got bought out by a certain studio of Pokemon, that's the only anomaly we have to fix. If Pokemon says we bought Viz Media's comics for the Pokemon Adventures manga, then basically it squares everything away. And we don't have to worry about it because we know at that point everything Viz Media was true. They would have changed if it was bad, but they didn't. We know Pokemon bought it and they're trying to keep it as a hidden relic. That's all we know.
All right. So, red and blue start out their journeys. They're about
And remember, Blue is older than Red. That's another thing to remember. Blue is a year older than Red
red
by
starts out
11
his
years.
journey. He's about 10 years old. Takes about
10
a
or 11.
year to a year and a half to complete everything in his journey.
Nope, it
Boom.
takes a year and a half for him to forget to get all the badges and challenge the Elite Four.
Yep. And so
So
he's
that's going
about
to be
11, going to turn 12 soon. He's already kicked Team Rockets behind.
basically the last 30, the last half of his going into his 12-year period would have been him catching all the Pokemon in Kanto.
All right. And then the stuff in Johto, which I always thought was 3 years later, happens 2 years later, which means
2 to
Let's
3 years
Go.
later, yeah.
So
So
that means Let's Go, Johto,
happened at the same
and,
time as Heart Gold
and
Soul
Diamond
Silver.
and Pearl. Because remember, in Diamond and
Mm.
Pearl, they reference the red Gyarados searching for
Yes,
currently.
all that would have happened at the same time. Yes.
Hmm. So
Which
that's 2 years
Let's switch
later.
Heart Gold Soul Silver and Diamond Pearl Platinum. Or really
Yep.
just Platinum, not Diamond Pearl. The Platinum is the canonical version. So,
Still, regardless, that's
uh
about
huh.
2 or 3 years later. Red will be about 14, 15 years old right now.
Mm-hmm.
We go to black and white. We don't know the time difference between black and
But
white
this is
and
what we
Diamond and
do know.
Pearl.
We do know that Red had to have been 15 or so because the main character of those games was about 15.
And then 2 year time
And
because black 2
because,
and white 2 are canonical.
yes. And
So red
also
would be about.
because Ultra Sun and Moon are canonical as well.
Hmm.
Because at
So
that time, Mina said she was going to
17.
retire. She can't be a trial captain past a certain age, which should be 15.
Then
Meaning,
doesn't that mean Olivia or non
no,
or Anhala?
trial captains can. So they're not just trial captains; they're Elite Four members as well.
Well, right. They're also
Kahunas are not trial captains. They want the trial captains to become Kahunas. You see what I'm saying? It's a
oh,
difference. The Kahuna is like the
it's a
village
higher
overseer.
rank. It's a higher rank.
Hmm. Which means that they should be in training to be the next Kahuna, which means that they would have been grown by that time.
Oh,
That's what a lot of people overlook. And they enforce it a lot in Sun and Moon Ultra Sun and Moon, saying once you get past 15, you're supposed to be doing something else with your life at that point. They even forced it to the point where they drove it in the ground and made a lot of players start thinking, oh, they don't want older players to play Pokemon anymore. But that's just the reality of it. It's they're old now. They have to find something else to do with their life. So you can
that
assume
is
that in
that's
Japan,
fair.
if following Japan logic, you are grown at 16. Hence why, and don't think that I'm trying to make this a fair point.
Yeah, I
For
get you. I
girls,
get
they'll
you.
say they can have sex at 13 because they're technically damn near grown by the time they have their kid, and they raise their kid be 3 years in. Therefore, they be 16. 16 makes you a mother. That's, you see what I'm saying? It's too much logic that follows after that. That's Japan's logic, which means 16 is the age of you being grown by technicality. We're already at 16. So then you
Hmm.
say, well, they say, well, he was 20. Well, think of it this way: how many years had passed between Sun and Moon, and since the very first Pokemon game of Red and Blue
Because there's still
and
one more
Green?
place that we don't know the time difference in. and that'll be
That
Hoenn.
is,
Hoenn.
Hoenn didn't matter. I'll explain why. Hoenn didn't matter because Norman was the Ecruteak City gym leader before Morty was. You didn't know that, did you?
Wait, what? No,
Norman was originally where Morty was in that gym timeline.
really.
They hint at it, yes. They never say it explicitly, but they hint at it a lot. Because Norman was a Johto gym leader that got basically called to Hoenn as a gym leader. And
Thought that was. No, I'm
if
thinking
we
about
look at
Copper.
where his levels are, guess what gym leader Norman is? He's the fifth gym leader,
Yeah, he's the fifth gym leader, normal type leader.
which would mean Falconer, Bugsy, Whitney, Ecruteak City Gym would be four by technicality, right? This is
Yeah,
what a lot of people forget. When he traveled, of course, his Pokemon are going to level up over some time. And he had a kid. You have to remember that too. So if you cut down on the rest of those little hidden details they don't say, then technically that would mean that his moms would be right at fourth or fifth gym leader status. And on top of that, Horn had a huge spike in levels over Johto, which is probably why he was taken from Johto to Horn because his levels matched better over in Hoenn than they did in Johto, basically, as a gym leader at fourth.
so you're also saying that the Hoenn stuff happened at the same time as Johto.
Very true. And there's another thing that confirms this. Eugene. Eugene literally says, I'm with my friend Moore who just became a gym leader in the original Gold and Silver versions. And Heart Gold Silver, I think he keeps most of the
Who's
same dialogue.
wait? Eugene was never in the original Gold and Silver.
No, I mean Crystal, you know what I mean. In Crystal and in Heart Gold Silver, Eugene even says that he basically knew that Morty was not. Morty just became a gym leader. Like, he wasn't just like randomly put there, but like when the old gym leader left, he probably left the hands of it to Morty. You think about it. That's what I'm trying to get over and say, basically. Long story short,
Moving in, and you're
Morty
moving into
was
Hoenn.
probably the gym leader as soon as Gold started his, not really as Gold started his journey, but we could say as soon as Red left from the Pokemon League, we could say when they basically redid all the Elite Four and gym leaders, we can say that Norman also left out at the same time by technicality. Because you remember Koga's part of the Elite Four now.
Yeah,
So
that's
why is it
true.
so far fetched to see another gym leader take another position around the same time? 2 years, be like within that 2 years that Gold will go on his journey. You
Hmm.
see what I'm saying? It's not far fetched. It's just in between details that they hint and miss at. So by using logic and basically concluding that this can only work a certain amount of times and ways, you pretty much are stuck with the idea of okay, without even all the details we need necessary for this to figure out, we can assume Red was 18 at the very least, and then let's say
Have
that
been at
by the
least an
time
adult by now.
exactly, and even if he wasn't, 18 does count as an adult range. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So even if they did say he was 20, they could have been saying that for the sake of argument that over in the U.S. we consider an adult to be 21 at most times, or 20. 18, 19, 20, 21 is legal
Yeah,
adult over here.
or at
But in
least seven.
Japan, 18 would mean that he's damn near at his peak of being a man.
Yeah, because if I crunch these numbers like that, he's about 17 and a half, probably
By
about to be
18.
18 or something. Which,
Mm-hmm.
regardless, no matter how you
And
slice it,
then
you're an adult at 18.
Red doesn't look like he's a full 21-year-old. If you think about it, you have more facial hair. He
That's
doesn't. He
true.
looks like he looks like he just got finished as a teenager, and now he kind of like in his grown up, like just now trying to get to his grown up phase. He
Mm-hmm.
doesn't look like an old, like when you look at 21, 23-year-olds, 24-year-olds, you see beard hair, you see all that. You don't see that in Red. You still see, he looked like he just became 18, like he just got out of his pubescent phases. Like he might have some armpit hair, but he don't look like he got a mustache, no facial hair for real. You know what I mean? And we have seen people that have facial hair in Pokemon. You see what I'm saying? And also, Chorus, I think it's no more than 20 as well. Believe it or not, I have to double check that. Chorus is young too.
That one I
And
can
Red,
believe.
all of them were right around that 18-year-old range, which is
Hmm.
why I'm like, it makes too much sense not to say that 18 would have been grown in Japan. Because it came from Japan. And remember, Kanto is based off of the Kanto region of Japan. So it only makes sense. And then by that same logic,
Hmm.
like I said, how many years passed between Sun and Moon?
and the
and
original Journey.
which will fall under what number?
About 7.
About what?
It'll be about 7 or 8 years.
From
Oh my
Sun and
god.
Moon, from Red and Blue.
Yeah, it'll be about 7 or 8 years between them.
I mean like the release dates is what I'm saying. The release dates.
Oh, the release dates?
Mm-hmm.
Shoot. That
Now
isn't that
back
about
then,
20
that would
years?
double check it.
Hmm. Let's see. Gotta make sure my mic doesn't go out on me again. So we should go by the Japan release date, maybe?
Yep, because Red has 96 on his shirt, and not 97. When Pokemon was released over to the U.S. in '97.
Let's see. It was released in 2016.
Yeah.
Yep, released.
So,
Yeah, just 2016 all across the board. So that's 20 years.
yeah. So does that make sense now? The reason they basically rounded Red's age up to that number is what
Be
I'm trying
about
to let you
20.
know. It because it saves them the effort of having to be like, well, how do you explain it? Well, we know this is the 20th anniversary. We'll just say he's 20. It's a simple thing that only we do in the U.S. They don't round in other countries like we do. So by technicality, you can just assume that the USA rounded his age, even though he was supposed to be 18 at the time. By technicality. And since 18 is close to 20 on a numeric scale, it's not too big of a difference to just say, well, he could have been training in the other 2 years, and that's why he's 20 because of the hidden details that we're missing.
True.
That's why it can make sense. It's not an obscure number where it's like too damn far fetched because the Pokemon universe is vast, and he could have been just trying to like figure out different methods. Like you see, Red uses Mega Evolution in that timeline. You see what I'm saying? So it's not something new because Let's Go already introduced the Mega Evolution mechanic to us. You see what I'm saying?
I still feel like
But
Let's Go
Let's Go had Megas in it. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
right, but I feel like it may be
Way after we were
non-canon
done with
since
Let's Go.
it's not the it's not a remake of the original games, nor is it
It's
like
an
a
additive story to
continuation
the
of
original.
anything.
It's an additive
Right.
story. It's kind of like
It's more of a side
the,
story kind of thing, or a
basically
filler.
not filler, definitely side story. It's kind of like the thing with Black and White and Black and White too. You're not the main character of that game. The main character of that game was in, but the main character of Let's Go is the copycats that follow after Red, Blue, and Green. That's the whole reason why they named the rival Trace instead of basically Blue, because he traces after what the good features of the rival was at that time. And he can't be a complete copy of it, so the most he can do is trace the attribute of being a rival, which is why his team is so damn close to looking at the yellow significance of what Blue's team was.
Huh. I
That's
actually
why you
didn't know that
trace.
because
You're not gonna ever
like I said, I don't
not
own Let's Go. Never played it like
yeah.
that.
If you play it, you would understand a little bit more. I played it, and like I said, it's not a bad game.
Oh, I'm
I'll
not
never
saying
say
it's
level
not a
up to
bad game. I'm just saying that's one of the Pokemon games I haven't really played.
yeah. If you get a chance, sometimes it goes on sale. Definitely try and use like if you ever get like some spare cash. I know at GameStop they got that game for like $35 used.
Hmm.
So definitely get you a copy because they fluctuate and go up for collector value. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But if you can get one like a GameStop, like on the low ski, and just you a little $5 discount if you're a pro member, I
Which I
say go
do,
do
and
it.
I got plenty of points saved up for some
That's another thing.
spare
Use your
purchases I've
points,
done.
use your little $5 off, and then trade in a Joy-Con, and you literally get Let's Go. That's how crazy it is. You can trade in one Joy-Con and use your points, and you have Let's Go at this point.
Well, it's been
You kind of fading, but I mean, kind of stepped away from the mic for a minute. Get ready to hear you. Yeah, I'm about to reconnect
Give
to
me
it.
a sec.
Alright, I hear you now. Explore.
Hmm.
There's more. I'm gonna check all the music and stuff. I'm about to buy like two more, and we can probably leave at that point.
Okay, let's see. So what I was saying is, shoot. Yeah, I probably do have like some spare cash or whatever because I have made different purchases. But
Hmm. Also, if you buy it on the eShop and you have like a bunch, this is one thing I try and tell people because people forget. Buy the physical copy before you buy your digital copy because what you can do is even if you want to get the digital copy later, those points still stay on your eShop. So like I got $8.60 worth of eShop points just from buying the physical versions, and then I'll trade in the cartridge, keep the box, and then basically have it on my digital copy. Basically, you save a lot more money that way because then you can basically come back to a game. And I always say that the thing with digital games is don't buy digital games unless you know you want to keep them. For me, I'll always buy any Pokemon game digitally before I buy a physical copy. You know what I mean? And if I am buying the physical copy, it's just to get the box art, because the people are gonna charge me $25 for a box art. I might as well just buy the game and then really do it that way.
Oh, okay.
So,
But
but
I
yeah,
think this is why I'm finally going to go ahead and call it for tonight because Jesus Christ, it is about to be 2 a.m. over here. I was supposed to shut down a
I'm
lot
about to be
sooner.
one. Oof.
Eh, but thanks for the talk, Sergio. I really appreciate it. Even though most of
No
the
problem.
stream has been, just talking, mostly you talking more than me. No offense, I enjoyed it, but like,
Hey, we gotta definitely do it again sometime.
yeah, I think next time if I do pull you in for a stream, I think that might just be like, one of those chill talk streams. Honestly,
Most definitely.
also,
Listen,
my controller kind of died, so I can't even continue chasing you around if I wanted to.
oof. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna lie. I've been kind of using my Joy Cons to just go on these circles. Can I get on my? One more egg dash. This is probably another Eevee, and there it is. So, um, I know tomorrow's Christmas.
I
Oh,
forgot I had Joy
yeah.
Cons on here.
I'm not gonna lie. The Joy Cons don't even feel like a part of the Switch sometimes. I know it's crazy. And I was like, "What are you talking about?" Like, sometimes the Joy Cons don't feel real. I'm gonna be real.
Like I like
Cause
them,
like,
but my brother owns this Switch, and since he normally likes to use Joy Cons, I got to using a Pro controller when I was off at college for a bit, and I decided,
mm,
you know what? If I'm going to have to share the Switch with him for now, I at least want to have something to call my own before I get my own Switch. So I got me a Pro
right.
controller. That way, he and I
I'm
can still
using my
play
Art
together.
Lilian Joy Cons, so I feel you. I used to hate, and I'm gonna be real. This is gonna come off as a very disdainful thing. I used to hate letting people use my Joy Cons. Like for numerous amounts of reasons,
Oh.
I hated it because I was the type of person that would get like the special editions or whatever Joy Cons,
Oh.
and I would sit there and be like, "Yeah, you're not touching my shit." And I have the Super Mario Odyssey red ones. I got the OLED whites, and then I got the Hyrule blue ones, and I had like the Let's Go Joy Cons as well, and I had a pair of Dragon Quest Joy Cons. What turned me off the most was that they were like, "Oh, you have Joy Cons, you're supposed to share them." I'm like, "No, I bought this shit. I ain't gotta share shit with you. I don't like y'all like that." And people would get mad because like, "Well, can we just use your Joy Con?" I'm like, "No, you got no money to pay for these bitches. These bitches expensive." I said the Dragon Quest Joy Cons cost about $200 for two Joy Cons.
Damn.
If you can come up with $200 to replace something that you can't afford, clearly, then sure. But mind you, we're in college, so it's like, damn, harsh or not, I refuse.
Okay.
And
Well,
but yeah, but yeah, those things are always okay. Cool. So this one got amazing stats right here. This one got special defense, good, to attack best. So I gotta separate my female EVs from the male EVs.
I'm definitely going to say this right now. I know how it feels to buy Joy Cons because the ones on this Switch here, I bought them for my brother after the Joy Cons his Switch came with. They started to get controller drift and not really work right. So I
Yep,
bought him
that's the
two
story of
Joy Cons for his
that's the story
birthday.
of a Joy-Con's life right there.
Yeah.
How much drift can you have before you drift away? And that was the reason why I kind of hated letting people use my Joy-Cons, because not only was it the germ effect, and I had like really expensive Joy-Cons, but it
Hmm.
was also they like to play Smash with my Joy-Cons, and I was like, I'm gonna lose value if I let them touch them. And on top of that, it's like when you
Smash
play
Joy
Smash, you're
Cons. Yeah.
letting on Joy-Cons. So I can see dust in this
Uh,
right now. A lot of people don't blow when they see dust in their Joy-Con, because like I'm looking at dust, but I'm
like,
still gonna blow in it and try and get as much dust out of it as possible, because that's dust. The mites, there's a lot of things that factor into it, but when I ultimately did my research on it, it is dust mites. They just increased my box count. Thank you, Pokemon. I was like, bro, 'cause how many boxes y'all gonna give me, bro? I was at 16, now I'm randomly at 32. Thank you, Pokemon, for making this easy for
holy,
me.
32?
Bro, they increase your box size for more Pokemon that you catch past a certain time. And I was like, bro, when I say I was scared because I was at 16 boxes, bro. I'm so glad they just gave me this update to get like 32 boxes. I was about to lose my freaking mind, bro. Because now that makes it easier for me. Because I have certain mods that I keep for competitive purposes in certain boxes. And I'm like, bro, there ain't no way I'm gonna be able to keep up with all these. Like, I have my Toxicries in one box, my Evolutions in one box, and I know it's kind of sloppy, but like even the teams, like I'm just kind of like having on the side, like when I do my anime teams, or whatever, that's in a box, because like I don't want to have too much. You know what I mean? I want to enjoy the game to the fullest. So me being at a capped out, me capping out at a certain amount was gonna be bad for egg hatching. So the fact they just gave me extra space for these eggs, thank you much.
Well,
You don't know.
I guess
Yeah.
I might have to use that feature for when I want to build me some sort of steel type team. Because if there's one thing I also like to
Well,
make sure people know is I love steel types. And if I had to
hmm
create a Pokemon character, I'd want him to be a steel type trainer with a Lucario at his side.
I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty good. And then what you can also do, you can run you can be the first steel type trying to run a Ghost Steel type, Golden Go, and Tinkaton are
Uh,
both really good steel types right now.
I also still have a steel type run I need to finish for Ultra Sun and Moon, believe it or not.
Do we? I feel like I'm overlooking it. I know a lot of people don't hate me. Do we have a steel dragon type?
Ralladon, you know,
Outside
the
of that trash. Oh, Hisui and Guja. Never mind. Hisui and Guja. There we go. And that works. Okay, yeah. The swing Gucci. I'm be real. The moment they came with his swing Gucci, they basically said the Rhydon was done for. So I
oh
looked at the
boy.
Rhydon and said, "That's funny." Then they came with his swing Gucci. I said, "Nah, they just don't want to." They just said, "Fuck the Rhydon" at that point. So
But
they
here's my
even throwing
thing.
Pokemon says, "Fuck you" to a man.
I even thought about,
I don't want
my own little
to.
league or whatever I could do. So
Yeah.
I'd face off again. You know what? Steel type champion, Steven Stone. He's going to be
Right.
the champion I need to surpass. Evil team leader, uh, Rose. Because let's be real, that guy's messed up. He uses steel types. So you know what? He's the perfect evil team or evil boss I need to beat. Peony's on the side as one of the gym leaders I could face. Then I need to go through Jasmine
Don't forget.
and
Yeah, I was
then
saying, don't
gotta
forget that
be
girl.
Byron. Because I don't think there's a steel type leader in Hoenn. Yeah, because there's Steven there.
No, because Steven is the multi type of that, and he doesn't even use steel types like that for real. That man uses rocks
Wait,
and
no, no,
steel
no.
minerals.
That's the
He
secret
uses the
boss
mineral
Steven.
types.
Sorry, secret boss Steven. Right? Nope.
Ah,
Wait, no.
well, okay. So to be fair, Steven, this is what everybody forgets. Steven is still the champion of Hoenn. Him
Yeah,
and Wallace canonically both are champions of the same region.
true.
But the thing is, one of them has to be there to keep some of the shit in check, and the other one has to be there to keep some of the shit in check. That is why they ultimately decided they needed two champions, because you got to realize Team Aqua and Team Magma were persistent. So they were like, yeah, one
True.
champion ain't gonna be enough. The moment they had to bring Lance in there, as undercover, I was like, yeah, there was not enough time. That was in the anime. They're like, yeah, we can't go
Yeah,
through
that
this by
that
ourselves.
is
We need more
true.
help.
That is true.
Steven is a, and then the crazy thing is, Steven is the mineral champion. I would never give him a
Oh,
steel type
that's right.
championship because he uses rocks and steel types, which means that he loves minerals.
Right. That
And
explains
now,
why his name is Stone and not like Steven Steel or
mhm,
something.
because stones can be basically refined into steel, diamonds, anything, is that's why it's stones. They're stones. That's why I always tell people like anything that can be refined as a stone, Steven will like it. I would go as far as say Steven would probably use Golden Go and Tinkaton on his team if he could, because one Tinkaton is a fairy steel type. Like, come on now, half of his problems come from
That is
flamethrowing
true.
dragons. If he,
And I could
I
see him
think it
upgrading
would
from
be kind of a
Skarmory to Corviknight.
thing. You said what?
I could see
He's
him
oh yeah,
upgrading from
Corviknight
Scar.
too.
Yeah,
You're
he could
using
upgrade from
Corviknight over
Skarmory to
his
Corviknight.
exactly, and that would be his Gigantamax. I can see him using Tinkaton and Golden Go because they just Jesus.
Still gotta give him
Um,
Aggron and Metagross because
I
Metagross is
would
his
say I
ace.
would say that he with that Metagross is his ace for sure. That would be his mega, but the Aggron would probably be his Z move user, if
Oh,
anything,
true, true. But that's
because
still only what? That's five Pokemon, right? Golden Go, Tinkaton, Corviknight, Metagross, Aggron. What will be number six for
mhm,
him?
six could be anything with Tychos. He could go anywhere from. I would be honest, if he could get into Paldea, he could probably use one of the Paradox forms in Paldea because it would be something unique. Because I really can't explain it. I don't want to explain it.
Wait,
It's a
wait, wait.
spoiler.
No, 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 no.
That's
Here's an idea.
why I'm being
Since
quiet.
he loves fossil Pokemon and all so much, which means he also loves history, why not have
Mhm.
like him come to Paldea, but instead of finding Hisuian Zora, he finds Hisuian Gudra
Oh yeah, I was gonna say he needs Dragon type on his team anyway. I was gonna say just give him a swing Gudra.
because
It
Duraludon,
works
that's
out
already
even
someone
kind of
else's
more.
ace. That's someone else's ace already. But nobody's an
Well,
ace
the
with
least
Hisuian
rare
Gudra
Gudra, yeah, nobody's an ace with that. I would say he would have found a way to resurrect Gudra with steel type elements, and then he just randomly formed it into a swing Gudra unknowingly. And Cynthia would help him do it because they are very close as champions.
I thought that would have been a bit better since isn't Hisuian Zora and Zoroark available in Scarlet and Violet?
They will be. They're on the code. They will be. And we
They will.
it's not
Okay.
determined. It's not determined if we will even get in this other thing. Even if we do
Hmm.
get Pokemon Home access, the most that they're gonna do for right now is bring Legends Arceus swing forms and Legends Arceus forms over into the game because they don't want to oversaturate it yet with every Pokemon. That's what I'm trying to tell a lot of people because right now they're at the point where you're like, okay, we gotta make sure nobody's bugging and hacking the games.
True.
So the fact that they're giving us like Greninja, Cinderace, and stuff, all those mons at their own discretion, kind of
Hmm.
already tells me how they're gonna play it. They're gonna play it where they give us the Hisuian mons first in the spring, or like in the summer. That's gonna be the wave patch one because we already know that the mons in this region are broke. They've already nerfed them. They nerfed Palafin already. They've nerfed uh Floatzel and Pelipper are nerfed.
Didn't
That's
they
how
also have
broke
to
that teams
nerf
are.
Golden Go before it was released?
They
Or
did nerf
Gimmighoul?
Golden Go, and they also when they nerfed Golden Go, they forgot to nerf Mousehole. So Mousehole is gonna be the next support mine they nerf because Indeedee is already nerfed. So they're finna
Hmm.
hit all the support mines, and then they're gonna be like, okay, well I can still use them, but how would I use them? Which means now you're in a position to be like, okay, um, now we have to figure out what mines are gonna be decently valuable. And no mine is never not valuable. It's a matter of time over. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. But
That's
still,
why I keep trying to tell people it's very possible, very much possible. Overgrow, overgrow. Okay, so none of these have the hidden ability yet. Even though I have my hidden ability set up. Okay, that's why I keep trying to tell you.
there we
Pokemon is
go.
a game where they have to keep the meta evolving. As much as they say they don't want to, and as much as you like your favorite Pokemon, Pokemon has to keep their meta consistently switching because if they don't, then they can't push the national decks. That's why I knew in Sword and Shield when they said we're not we're leaving it at certain DLC. We're gonna have DLC in the future. Even before they said that, I knew they were gonna bring all the mons back because they can't just leave a lot of people to be like, well, what about my favorite Pokemon? Because that's how they lose money. They tried that with Black and White. It didn't work, and Michigan will learn from that. He's not gonna do that again.
Was it really
The
that
same people
bad
that
back in
reset.
Black and White? Because I saw Black and
It,
White as a
okay,
full reset. Like
yes,
from where
that's
it's
why everybody.
located, there's
So
not going to be all
I'm
the
gonna be
same
honest.
Pokemon, you know.
I'm gonna be 1,000 with you. 75% of the fans hated VGC. Only a good 25% that knew how to utilize new shit enjoyed it. People like Wolfie Glick, people like Jay Witz, people like Shofu, Blunder. All of those guys got their standing from not bitching about
Hmm.
what got nerfed, and that's just me being real. A lot of them came hella competitive at that point, but then you notice the moment Kalos came out, guess what happened? They started reverting back and say, okay, yeah, these are okay, I can see it, but they don't put out as many videos because guess what? The moms where nobody was taking advantage of, they're not talking about them. The same thing is like it's like this. If you know there's something new coming out, right? But somebody else don't know how new it is and how good it is, then you are witnessing to the new before anyone else can. You see what I'm saying? Which means now that you start a trend, which means you're gaining traction for the people that looked at all these other people like, oh, well, we thought you were going to do it, but now they have no choice but to reference you, which means that you are the original origin at that point. Which means everybody else that follows up to you are coming from other people. That's
Yeah.
why I was trying to like say there are ways to break the algorithm. You just have to know what you want to do. So, for example, if Shofu come out with a Pokemon cipher right now, everybody gonna stop, and that bitch is gonna be on trending just because it's a Pokemon cipher, and they know it's Shofu. We seen this man rap, da da da. But even before when Shofu did the Pokemon cipher, he didn't like doing it, believe it or not, because he felt like it was gonna be a bad thing. And his friends at the time would be like, "Yeah, bro, we have to keep this going because then everybody's gonna want to do what we're doing." And guess what? 10 years fucking later, everybody trying to be an anime rapper. Don't you find it funny that the same man that doesn't rap anymore and do Pokemon raps is the same one making the most money from it? He puts out
Mm-hmm.
one or two songs a year and sits there and be like, okay, that's enough. Everybody else be putting out four and five. Game Boy Jones be putting out so many songs. I'd be like, bro, you don't understand that Shofu is technically profiting from your stupidity. Like, he already knew it was a blast. That's why he doesn't keep doing it. He's like, all I gotta do is come out one more time, give him the best cipher of the year, or do like a tour of my ciphers with random people that I want to hop on. And Shofu has said that man makes enough money just by playing Smash, and he don't really play Pokemon. He's an influencer because of how he comes off. And he knows how to break his meta, break the literally break the meta and break the algorithm. That's why Shofu does way better than a lot of other PokeTubers. Everybody says, "How do I get like Shofu? How do I get like Shofu?" But you're not watching people that are already getting like Shofu. Sacred is a good example of a person that's damn near on Shofu status, but nobody watches him because they feel like, oh, Shofu is this, Shofu is that. They'll watch Nappy. Nappy is the same thing. Everybody's like, oh, Nappy's this, Nappy's that. Nappy got all these soul links, all this teamwork collabs. You see what I'm saying? It's the way he came off. Nappy was known for collabs. Secret was known for rhyme hacks. And Shofu was known for Pokemon rapping. Those were the only three black men we had really standing on their two feet doing their own thing. Outside of Moxie Boost fell off. Everybody else had fallen off. That's what I'm trying to get to. And the people that fell off weren't finding their own way of doing it because everybody said, "Well, aren't you friends with such and such? Well, he did that. I'll just watch his content before I watch yours." It is really an algorithm check, bro. And we're about to get to that same point again because nobody is finding anything new. Wolf Glick, he's been doing VGC. The moment he booted his channel, guess what happened? Everybody flocked to him because of who he was. He had something going that worked out for him. That's why I am in no rush to get my social standing out there yet. Because even with my social standing, I could be, you know what I mean, on Wolf Glick status. But why would I want to rush it when I'm having fun with the people just in my little tiny Discord? Once I get you guys to where y'all need to be, then everybody else gonna fall in after that. You see what I'm saying? I don't have to worry about, oh well, did you say Ash got 100 subscribers and I'm at 3K subscribers? You know what I mean? Now it's just, hey, I want some more content. Go to Digisaiyan Ash. Period. That's why I look at Will. Will is in the same boat. Will started abusing live streams. Another good way of doing it. But Will, I hate to say it, Will is an inspiration, but he doesn't have his own like motif of what he does. If Will found his own happiness and gimmick through Pokemon that was unique to him, and mind you, Will is very smart.
Yes, he is.
That's why he has to push his own motif. Me, I know I can play both sides of the court. I'm the type of person to start flirting with Pokemon mixed in. I have a one of the girls I'm talking to now. I call her Baby Tink. Another girl I call her Baby Ursa, because she looks like Teddy Ursa. I can do that. If Will was had the swag and mojo to do it, he could do the same thing and start that. But all he has going for him is that I'm the best Pokemon trainer in Tennessee, which we've clearly seen him lost. So that's not from people from Tennessee. So it's like you got to have something else. You have to find a niche that separates you from the community. Anybody can rap now because as long as you got someone saying, "Oh yeah, this sounds good," and can push promotion, you're a rapper. Am I wrong? No, it's the truth. You can say, "Oh well," and I'm gonna tell you some fucked up shit. You can make Pokemon cookies. If you the first nigga to make some Pokemon cookies on YouTube, guess what? You going to trend. Oh, why is this black man making Pokemon flavored cookies? I don't want to see that. I think it's a neat idea. That's some shit that nobody would do, but that's the same shit that will get you trending. Just like the little claymation Pokemon. So it's so many things people can do with Pokemon that everybody sleeps on it. And I'm like, y'all could all be doing
Hmm.
Pokemon your own way. That's why I get so upset because like I know as a innovator and YouTuber and a person that knows how to like put two and two together, I look at a lot of them like, dang, y'all really wasting talent trying to follow a crowd when y'all could just find something unique about you. Like I was telling this one girl, I was like, why don't y'all just start doing Pokemon hairstyles as black girls? You know how far they could take that just for being black, thick, and having black hairstyles that reflect Pokemon?
That would be pretty cool to see.
People will watch you because you're a female, first of all. Two, you go with the fucking wind because you're showing black beauty. That's two. Three, nobody black don't claim Pokemon like that. And if they do, guess what they're gonna do? They wave riding. They're basically dick chasing, dick hopping and wave riding. Is what I call it. Dick hopping and wave riding. That's some shit that nobody would think of. Like, but me, and I'm about to get my this girl on. I was like, you need to start doing some Pokemon hairstyles. You don't got to do the makeup or nothing, but just like get you some Pokemon trinkets and run it through your hair, and like go to a little anime STL event or like a little anime event and cosplay with the rest of it on. That's some shit that nobody is thinking about doing that would like actually put them on a map. You saying Ash, on your real, you got enough like mindset to talk like me. You could do a Pokemon podcast and people will watch it. Honestly, as long as you playing some games that you ain't gotta talk about the game for real. You could be
True.
playing Spyro and Violet. We just talking like we doing now. Then clip them up into little 5 to 15 minute episodes, 5, 10, 15 minute episodes.
And
Push it
I'm
through
gonna be
your YouTube
real.
channel.
I'm gonna be real. I wanted this channel to be something where I did not just Pokemon, but also like the rest of my name, Yu-Gi-Oh, Digimon, Dragon Ball
Hmm.
content, and
And look,
not just the games. It
I'm
would
gonna tell you.
be also be some like since I like
Hmm.
I would go through and do parodies,
Yeah,
because one of the
I
things
would
that
I
really
would
got me
say
interested in YouTube was seeing Nate Wants to Battle make
parody.
Pokemon parodies.
Exactly. And mind you, that's what he did and he played it out. So now you
Hmm.
have to figure out, okay, well, how can I play this out with everything? There's a very simple thing you can do that everybody is overlooking right now. And I keep telling people, because as a person that looks at the algorithm, I just do stuff and test the algorithm. People be trying to copy what I do. That's how crazy it is. I put a little short out on YouTube. Mind you, I know who looked at my shorts. So I can see who from my like who's in my circle that watches my videos. I put out one shiny Pokemon evolving on Pokemon Go as a short. I made 1.5K views in a night as a short, and then in a night I mean I can show you right here actually. Like
I'm be
this is what
real.
I mean by
I've never, I've only hit something like that once, and it wasn't even game related. It was just a small short of me and my family eating out at some local restaurant.
hmm.
It was
I'm gonna
just that
pull it right
simple.
here. I'm gonna show you the analogy. This is why I be telling people. Everybody says, "Oh, the analytics don't matter." Da, da, da. The analytics don't matter when you're not posting every day. I don't post every day. I post like maybe 3 times, 4 times a year with content, and everybody's like, "Well, why do you do that?" Because I don't care enough. My other YouTube channel is for me to be happy. If I like add people in there, you know what I mean? Cool. But that's not my sole purpose in life. I want to be making sure all my shit that I'm doing is helping somebody else. That's what I keep trying to tell people. Even if it's just about a little bit. Me telling you, and I'm putting in the general chat. If you look in general chat, but that's how far the video went. And you can see all I did was evolve a shiny Dragonite. But that video, bruh, you can kind of see from the analytics and everything. I don't care about that, but you see it, like you see it. You see what I'm saying? If you go to hashtag general, you'll see what I'm talking about. These are things that I do that other YouTubers don't do. I could show people how to break the algorithm in my own way. Now, will YouTube get on my head about it? Probably. You know what I mean? Am I the best person to say and do it? Probably not, because I don't have a huge following like that. But I know talent that will attract attention when I see it or think of it. That's why I tell people you have to find your own bag. Mind you, you could do whatever you want after that. But it's like when you rap, right? You have to rap like everybody else or say something that or sound have a completely different sound that's not like everybody else before you can even get recognized now. You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing with music. You could be doing the music thing, getting those videos together for later in the years, but right now you gotta get yourself out there. You know what I mean? And that's just how I look at it. You have to have a place where you can start, where you find a place where you want to finish. Because now Shofu just put out a rap, everybody gonna listen. Period. You know what I mean? Shofu says, I'm in Subway." Everybody going to Subway. You know what I'm saying? You have to already have the status. You know what I mean? And mind you, not everybody knows Shofu, but they know, hey mom, dad, this black PokeTuber who I watch, who raps, he's at Subway. I want to go say hi to him. I want his autograph. Best believe Shofu could be like Mr. Beast too if he tried hard enough, but he doesn't. He doesn't care like that. That's all I'm saying. It's a matter of what you want at the end of what you're doing. That's like for me, my end goal is I don't really want to play competitive like that in the end goal. I want to be an ideas person. A person that thinks of ideas, makes them work, and gets paid for my ideas, which I'm already doing right now. You see what I'm saying? Because why would I go to a competitive scene if I can do all my testing and show you results of my testing from my house? If I go out to Japan or whatever, yeah, I'll go. I don't mind. They're gonna give me free travel tickets anyway. Why not go? It's a good experience. But at the same time, I know me doing all this traveling and shit ain't gonna get me nowhere when it's time for using, you know what I mean, to better fulfill what I want to do with my life. You know what I mean? And mind you, I'm not against it. I love it. But when I get about what 30 or 40, still playing Pokemon traveling, you know what I'm saying? Now it's like I am a background character. That's what I'm saying. Like that. I could care less if I'm still doing it when I get to 50. But who knows how long Pokemon is gonna be doing that? By then, I have to already have another plan. You see what I'm saying now?
Wait, test. Test. Oh my god, this thing is lagging. Hello? Hello? God dang it, why my Discord had to lag out on me? I am not trying to make it to where this guy thinks I'm ignoring him. I need to get my Discord. Testing. This is going to be a lot to take in. And Discord crashed. Hello?
I was gonna tell you good night, bro.
Hello?
I wasn't trying to
Yep.
let you. I wasn't trying to hold you up here for too long.
Hey,
But
you're
it's
fine,
just,
man. My
it's
my
something
thing
that happened,
just
man. Sorry
my
about
thing
that.
just froze up, you know?
Uh,
Yeah, it just
yeah.
hit a major lag spike and I don't know why. Eh, but yeah.
But yeah, that
This is
like
definitely a
that.
lot of stuff.
We have enough content for a podcast. Is what I'm trying to tell you. So whenever you like, and we can have a, I can lock a chat for us too, because I am. the moderator, like I'm the owner of this Discord. The reason why it's so small, like I said, I don't need excess people bringing in toxicness and bullshit. Every time you've been in here, like we might joke and say "shut the fuck up," or some shit like that. But it's been mostly chill. Like it's just a casual server. Nobody talking shit. Nobody at each other's throats. That's how I kind of wanted my server to be. I got tired of everybody, being biased and against each other. I just was like, fuck it. When I and a lot of people be scared to come in here because they so used to people saying, "Oh, it's a casual server and niggas doing too much shit." They're like, "Yeah, no, it's not casual." That's why, like, you gotta let it speak for itself. There's a lot of people, even my friends, always like, "I don't know about being casual, bro. I've heard a lot of people servers being casual." And look, I seen Afro server, and that's not casual. It's just a casual ass whooping, and that's pretty much what it is. But you have to know the people you're wanting to mingle with to some extent. That's where I come from. So I could care less, you know what I mean, or somebody. And no offense, I'm gonna say it like this. I don't care what everybody has to say because I know personally when I say my server is a certain way, I know I'm speaking on behalf of the people that I know in my server. You don't let random ass niggas in your server that you know, and even if you do, you can tell who's gonna stay and who's gonna leave. The first day I opened my server, I asked one of my homeboys to send as many people as possible to join the server. He's like, "Cool, bro, I got you." First thing people started asking was, "Oh, I don't join servers because such and such." I said, "Cool, have a nice day. Goodbye. You can disconnect from server." People come in
Hmm.
with the mindset they got to get something, and I'm like, you don't have to always get some shit just because you're in a server. Like, people don't have to be bothered with your ass. Like, hence why everybody's like, "Oh, my server is dead," or they'll say my server is dead, but they're like, "No, it's not for real. Like, it's actually just to itself." Which is how I always want it to be. Being to yourself is a good thing in some instances. A lot of people hate it because it's peaceful. So they only want to hear destruction and calamity amongst the people. I personally hate that. I think servers should be built on like family ties of some, what I mean, family-ish ties or some shit. I want to stop there. Is that real? Is that cool? Flow cool.
That honestly makes sense.
This this is another friend that I know personally. Like I said, even if I don't know people personally, my whole server is kind of built on not really like fucking around and doing stupid shit that make people mad. Like that's how I kind of look at life now. It's like I don't got time for people to get pissed off over stupid shit. I don't got time for you to get pissed off because you did some immoral shit. Like I'm not trying to be funny about it, but that's just kind of how it is. It's like you could be around anybody that's gonna piss you off, but I don't want to piss you off. That's just how I am. But what's up, cool?
So,
We were just talking about spitballing some Pokemon ideas. So, well, just life, damn, man. I'll lie to you. But what's the word with you?
just woke up.
Nigga just woke up. Nigga, you
Yeah.
never went to sleep.
No,
I'm gonna be real.
I just went
I-
to sleep.
I'm gonna be real. I put an event up in the chat and in the Discord. If you are interested in that event, because they will be doing Cinderace raids, definitely add yourself if you're possibly interested. Because I'm gonna have certain days we're doing it. I'm gonna try and have Digi live stream it. That way, it helps him out on his server as well. Um, so and we can bring more people in that way. I personally would live stream, but I just don't care about doing it right now. Honestly, I want to help other people get higher in their status quo.
Mm, mm.
I'm gonna have Digi do it.
More stuff with my channel as is, not just doing streams. I also need to put
That's
out
what I'm
some
saying.
recordings as well.
What you need, what you can do, you can live stream it if you can. I don't know if you can. Uh, Invest in getting a Genki Shadowcast because you can directly share your feed from the Genki Shadowcast like a capture card, and also record it through Discord as well. And what we can do from there, and mind you, the Shadowcast is only like $50, but it's worth it. I'm telling you, I have one myself. It's definitely worth it. Get you a Genki Shadowcast, huh? So Genki Shadowcast, and I'm explaining how broke this shit is. It is um, how we know an Elgato, right? You know what Elgato is.
Yeah, I know what
So
Elgato
Genki,
is.
so cool. Genki Shadowcast basically is like an Elgato, except it converts any device that is capable of using its app, and you can play any game on the go. So let's say you got, and I'm telling you because I did it before. Before I had a TV, like there was something I didn't, because I don't like TVs because their screens burn my eyes a lot. I would take my Surface Pro and I would connect it to my Genki Shadowcast and hook my dock up to my Surface Pro and play Pokemon Legends Arceus on my Surface Pro while making videos through the Surface Pro, pushing it through my Alienware on my Dell. That's literally how crazy it is. So it's basically its own capture card, basically, and you can record the video like through OBS or through Discord, basically. Um, which are OBS is kind of older, but you can also live stream it if you need to through YouTube, however you want to do it. There's plenty of ways you can do it. But it's essentially a better, smaller portable capture card, and at the same time, you don't have to worry about the spacing on it because it's a HDMI relayer more so than a HDMI capture. So with a capture card, you always have to have an basically unprecedented space on your computer to save your streams, right? Well, with this, you don't have to because it's a relayer. It basically relays the footage in real time, and thus, when you are recording it through OBS, it can instantly pop up like a live stream. It can instantly pop up as it's on video. You see what I'm saying? So you don't have to worry about having to always be like, "Dang, I'm out of space," because everything will be transferred through live. So
I think I get it.
why do I have a Voltor bed? That's crazy. I didn't think I'd hatch a Voltorb, but then I remember I did have Voltorb out there. Like, damn, man, that's my mojo. About to start another, bruh.
I think this is where I'm going to go ahead and call the stream.
Hey, do
So,
your thing. Like I said, make sure you clip your stream. Like, make sure you can be able to download your video as well. Then what you do, if you weren't on YouTube, you basically take that video, keep the whole footage, then clip it down to episodes, and then keep the other ones on listed. That's how you make more people watch your content too. Start making that a habit, and then that way people that don't have time to watch your full stream, they can just see the snippets and the important highlight.
so basically turn my
Those
streams into highlights.
basically you have a highlight. Basically, what you're gonna have highlight clips, and those will be your shorts. After your highlight clips, you're gonna have your main videos. Your video should be between 7 and 10 minutes at most, and then after that, you're gonna have your full stream, which basically, if you want to include like a way for Patreon or like making money back off what you're doing, you always want to look to make some type of gain from it. Once you do that, you can have it on Patreon and you can move it over. Like if you have your own website, like I build websites or whatever, you can put it on your own website, and then people go to your website, they can buy more memberships and they can watch the full thing. You make your money directly instead of having to go to Patreon and waste money. You see what I'm saying? There's ways around it. Like I said, and I build websites, so it's not even that hard. Once you know what you want to do with your brand, you kind of need to go crazy. And the live streams will always bring in subs as long as you are doing it daily. That's what everybody forgets. As long as you're doing at least 2 live streams a day, you should be fine. Regular YouTubers, I'm telling you, you want to put your name on the map, live stream twice a day because you live streaming twice a day breaks the algorithm, and you putting out an additional 2 videos with the clips and with the original content also does it. And Huey knows, Cool knows as well, because he was around when I was doing my when I was getting heavy into like doing video gameplay on my channel. He seen me do it, and he was like, "Bro, did you just crack 100 subscribers in less than 3 months?" I'm like, "Yes, it's not that hard for me. It's just a matter of time, and I need editors. That's the only thing." If you need, I also edit videos as well. At the same time, if you want them done a certain way, you're gonna have to be specific about it because when I edit stuff,
That's early.
yeah, I add whatever I want to my edits, and people know it. Like I'll put like music in there, like meme music and stuff. And people are like, oh no, it's too much. I'm like, okay. I did some projects for, I don't know if you know, his name is Sensei. I don't know if you heard this black YouTuber. His name is Sensei. He does the hood translations and stuff.
Hmm.
The hood version of anime. Look him up. I did some videos for him as well. I
Okay.
mind you, I have a huge catalog for a supporting cast character. I don't have my own catalog to be my own main character yet, but I kind of like sitting in the background, doing my own thing. So, there's an easy. But what's the word with you, Pooh? Where have you been at?
Asleep.
Okay. You have Scarlet or Violet, by the way.
Is that what?
Scarlet or Violet for you?
That's Scarlet.
Ah, Scarlet game. I'm Violet though, because I was
Go
like 14.
gang.
So the reason why I need you in this server, Pooh, is also because I do have some people that want to play Smash, but also on top of that, I need more Scarlet people to even out the Violet people in the server. So when people do play, we can have a good mix of people. So if I got Violet, someone else got Violet, but we have two Scarlet, players. Then basically we can go to each other's like games, and basically you can catch the mines on equal terms for those games. Like there's certain exclusives you can only catch in one game or the other. You know what I mean? But if you open the Union Circle like how I've been doing, you should be able to fill out your Pokédex relatively fast. That's another thing I was trying to explain. Um,
Hmm.
so you don't have to. It's just me opening up an option of what we could do. I am looking for volunteers that are interested in doing it while I'm looking for while I'm like doing egg hunting right now. Like,
Yep, me and
yeah,
him have actually just been talking my entire stream mostly while he was doing this.
pretty much. I've been egg hatching for at least 2 hours trying to find uh one, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with these extra bowl tours, but basically I was trying to get the protein Meowscarada, and I'm probably gonna start doing uh starter drops as well. So I'm gonna try and do Quaxly Go. See everything but Quaxly on the Wonder Trade. So since I got a
Fuck what?
box,
You probably
I'm be
bought
real.
boy Coco.
I'm be real, and Street I got you beat. I'm sorry, she got you
I
beat.
love boy.
Any Pokemon
Um,
that is literally after the famous Roanoa Zoro, yeah, you kind of fucked. Like literally, how I got a One Piece character and a Master Thief at the same time, and it's a kitten. Yeah, you lost. You
That
lost.
cat like that cat looked like a Persona 5 character. You can't tell me any different.
Furry bait persona.
Did you see his final evolution?
Yeah.
Yeah, she kind of bad. I ain't gonna lie. She definitely bad. She on the list.
Not all
Also,
Uh, uh,
you know how you said that you
uh,
have been doing the egg thing for about 2 hours?
yeah.
Guess how long this stream has been going, man?
How long? Because I started as soon as the stream started.
3 hours and 57 minutes. We're
I'm
about
gonna
to
be
hit
real.
4 hours.
I'm gonna be real. I just got to the next batch of eggs, bro. Like I just got to the next box worth of eggs. That's what's gonna kill you right now.
Oh god.
Like I had got like 3 boxes of eggs, and I just got to the third box of eggs. And I still got some
that.
between that I haven't touched yet.
That was
Yeah,
funny.
Go ahead and hop on out of here. I really appreciate you guys being in here. Well,
no problem. Like I said, I put the event up. We can always do something before then. I'm probably gonna be up in here, if not the rest of the Christmas weekend, Monday for sure. I know everybody's gonna try and make me kind of be here for the Christmas weekend, so it kind of don't even matter.
I'm probably not going to be hopping on the stream later on today or anything like that since, Christmas
Makes
time.
sense. I'm gonna be here just in case people want me here. Normally, Christmas is a time to open gifts, but for me, it's a time to try and catch them all.
Best gift out there. Anyway, I'm going to head on out of here. If
All
anyone
right,
who actually comes through and watches the whole 4 hours of this stream, I applaud you.
leave it in the
And
house. I'm
I
telling
will
you.
go out and search for whatever Pokemon you want me to search for you. If you actually manage to
Within
get to
reason.
this point.
I'm gonna watch it just so I can take your. Ooh, I'll watch it just to get one mine that I know you're gonna have to get at the end of the game. I'm gonna do it just now. I'm gonna do it actually. Leave the
Hey,
link in the
wait,
description
you
below.
can't do it. You've been here for the full 4 hours. That ain't fair.
Nah, fam. Look, I might have been here for the whole 4 hours, but I didn't support you on your stream for the last 4 hours. So now you get a view. Which is I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna
Yeah.
give you that link in the description below.
I also
Hey,
did
yo,
put your channel. into the stream chat right at the very start of the stream when I could.
Oh, thanks. Do you have the? Do you? Are you sure you got my actual channel? It should be under.
Yeah, I grabbed it from your Discord profile and I put your
Oh,
YouTube
cool.
channel up in here.
Appreciate it. I appreciate it. But yeah, did he just leave? Where did he
Yeah,
go?
but for now, thank you to all who will ever come out to see this. If you guys enjoyed, you already know what to do. Activate that like button spell card, digivolve into a subscriber, and power up when you turn on, well, power up by liking the video. Really helps out here. Now, I'm going to get on out of here, get some rest, and I wish you all a very Merry Christmas. I've been Zexal Digisaiyan Ash, and I'll see you guys next time.
I
Later,
am
YouTube.
Sergio.
Peace. Digi out.
I am Sergio.
And
Deuces.
he is Sergio. Go look him up, you guys, in the chat.